The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts.
We're good in the house.
Interact with the legends,
What up, fam?
and ask questions,
Come in,
and
Eli
listen to their stories.
Monster. What
as we
up,
talk about
fam?
kennels and dogs of the past and present.
Talk to the
Hosted by
city
one of the
kennels
game's
in the
most
house.
respected
What
kennels,
up, bam?
with over 40
Yo,
years in the
Frank.
hunt. Going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat,
What
the
up,
very
fam?
first champion off-brand champion Mayday,
double
the
M.
Dog of the Year,
Despo's
and
in the
Register of
house.
Merit.
Like you
Champion
said, bite
Pretty
down
Mama,
and
2-time
shake
Best
that
in Show
like
and
button,
2-time
fellas.
Gamest in Show. Going
My
Hard's
man,
Bay
Beth
Bay,
Von Ray in the
Register of
house.
Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion
All
Elrod,
time supporter of the
Champion
one and
Yellowbird.
only Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, Mr. Morris? My man, Viking
So pull up
family,
a seat,
LG,
and
representing
let's talk dogs.
school country. What up, fam? My man, AQ Henry Kennels in the house. What up, bam?
The dog game is dying.
Mr.
Let's talk
216
about the game
representing
first,
the
not the
OH
dogs.
in the dime.
It's the challenge of the
Hanging
wins,
out in the house. What
competitive
up,
addiction,
bam?
the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come
And
back.
one.
I
And
learned to watch the
one.
winners,
What up,
my
fam?
motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and
Shout out to
2-time
all my
Gamest in
people out there on
Show.
the back street.
Going Hard's Bay
Appreciate
Bay,
y'all showing up
Register
tonight
of
for this
Merit, Damn to
Hot
Champion What a
Mike
Day,
Friday. Y'all know
Champion
what
Gus,
time it is. Gonna
Champion
get two
Elrod,
things together. Roll
Champion
them up, roll
Yellowbird.
them up, roll them up. Get back, get ready to enjoy yourself. Hit that like button if you haven't heard it. Hit that like button. Don't
So pull
forget
up a
to
seat,
subscribe if
and
you
let's
have
talk
not
dogs.
already subscribed. Thanks again for everybody showing up tonight for this Hot Mike Friday.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Big shout
The
out to
dog
my
game
man.
is
Oh
dying.
man, oh man.
Let's talk
What
about
up,
the game
fam?
first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Big shout out to
The dog game is dying.
my man.
Let's talk about the game first,
Future
not
Kennels
the
in the
dogs.
house. What up, fam?
It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of
Well,
achievements.
y'all don't forget to hit
Losing
that
only
like
gives
button.
you the
Don't
drive
forget to
to
hit
come
that
back.
like button. And
I
again,
learned to
thank
watch
you
the winners.
everybody for showing
My
up for this.
motivation was there.
On my
My
Friday.
dedication was evident.
Yes,
Now
sir.
I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers.
Again, big shout out to
How is
all my
this
people
sharing
on the
or
back
archiving this
street.
with liars,
Let you know I
cheaters,
see
and
you, fam. I
bullshitters?
see you.
We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there.
Yo,
My
yo, yo,
dedication
big
was
shout out
evident.
to
Now I'm a
my
winner.
brothers, Kennels in the
The
house
problem is
with
the
a
cheating too,
bam!
manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers.
Big
How
shout
is
out
this
to my
sharing
brother
our
from
achievements
another
with
mother, my
liars,
man,
cheaters,
Mr.
and
Man.
bullshitters?
Hunter in the
We
house.
have lost the historical
Appreciate the
value
love
of the
coming
dog
in.
game.
Get this party started
We
all
can't
right,
decipher
man.
the real
Let
from the
them
fake.
know.
The lost is the
Everybody
cost.
disclaimer.
So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present.
Big shout out
Hosted
to
by one of the
I
game's
Do
most
Stuff
respected
in the
kennels,
house with a
with over 40
bam!
years in the hunt,
Welcome to the
going
show,
hard kennels
fam.
Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like
I
Champion
do
the
stuff
Brat,
as you
the
know
very
this.
first
You done
champion
walked
off
in
Grand
here and
Champion
you
May
see a
Day,
whole lot of
the
this
Dog
blue.
of the
This
Year,
blue
and
represents
Register of
the
Merit.
Shark Tank, fam.
Champion Pretty
Don't
Mama,
take much
2-time
to
Best
become
in
a
Show
part of.
and 2-time Gamest in
Gotta
Show.
do a couple things. One
Going
thing
Hard's
you've
Bay
done
Bay,
already. You showed
Register
up.
of Merit,
Next
Damn to
thing you
Champion
do
What a
is
Day, Champion
participate
Gus,
in the
Champion
chat.
Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird.
Participation consists of sharing some knowledge, you know what I mean? Around here, then it's a Shark
So
Tank,
pull up a
so you
seat,
know.
and let's talk
Everybody
dogs.
has every right to voice their opinions and stand on it. All we ask you to do is be respectable.
The dog game is dying.
You know, after that,
Let's talk about the
you're
game
good to
first,
go.
not the dogs. It's the
You know,
challenge
when
of
the
the
dogs
wins,
in
the
Central Florida,
competitive
I
addiction,
do stuff,
the thrill of
you
the
know,
win,
I'm out there
and the
because,
rewards of
man, you know,
achievements.
that's where we
Losing
from,
only
right
gives
here
you the
in
drive to come
Florida,
back.
represent the Tampa
I
Bay
learned to watch the
area.
winners. My motivation
you
was there.
know,
My dedication was evident.
Up in
Now
here,
I'm a
you
winner.
with a question like
The
that.
problem is the
Just
cheating
tell
to
me
win,
what you know. We'll
manipulating
fill
the
in the
truth,
rest, man.
and then it's
Again,
the all
appreciate you.
outliers.
Thank you for showing up.
How is this sharing
Today,
or archiving this
hanging
with
out in
liars,
the Shark
cheaters,
Tank.
and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost.
Big shout out to
So
my
I salute
peoples.
these dogs of going
Pressure
hard kennels for
Kennels
all that you've
Combine
given
in
me
the
in the
house
game.
with a bam!
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the
Big
legends,
shout out
and
to
ask questions,
Start the
and listen
biggest
to their
Kennels in the
stories
house.
as we talk
What
about
up,
kennels
fam?
and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs.
I do
It's the
stuff.
challenge of the wins,
To answer
the
part of your
competitive
question,
addiction,
every
the
dog
thrill
you
of the
see
win,
showing up
and
on
the
that
rewards
intro
of
right there,
achievements.
all them dogs
Losing
are from
only gives you
Central
the drive
Florida.
to come back.
So maybe that'll
I
help
learned
y'all
to watch the
some.
winners. My motivation was there. My decatation was evident.
That's
Now
only
I'm a
a
winner.
few.
The problem is the
There's
cheating
many
to
more.
win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the
Big
great
shout
hunts.
out to my man, Mr.
Come interact with the legends,
Foster in the house.
ask questions,
What up,
and
man?
listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact
Big
with the
shout out to
legends,
my man, Mr.
and ask questions,
King
and
in
listen
the
to their
house.
stories
What
as
up,
we talk
man?
about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over
My
40
man,
years in the
Mr.
hunt,
William
going hard
Torres
kennels
in the
Twin 1
house.
and Twin 2,
What up,
dogs
man?
like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register
Chill,
of
my
Merit,
man.
Damn to Champion
Red
What a Day,
Lock in the
Champion
house.
Gus,
What up,
Champion
man?
Elrod,
My man, you're
Champion
right.
Yellowbird.
Syrup. What up, man? Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out to everybody showing up for this Hot Mic
So pull
Friday,
up a seat
especially
and let's
another
talk
big
dogs.
shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Go ahead and roll them up. Get that brew sitting beside
dog
you.
game
Get
is
back in
dying.
that chair and enjoy the
Let's
show.
talk
Don't
about
forget to
the
hit that
game
like
first,
button if you haven't
not the
already done
dogs.
so. And
It's the
don't
challenge
forget
of
to
the
hit
wins,
that
the
subscribe
competitive
button. Remember,
addiction,
the like button
the
is
thrill
free,
of the win,
fellas. Don't
and the
cost you
rewards
nothing.
of achievements.
Always help the
Losing
channel.
only gives you the drive to
Again,
come
like
back.
I say, everybody
I
asks for
learned
that
to watch
because
the
it's a
winners.
YouTube
My
algorithm
motivation was
thing.
there. My
I think
decantation
any
was
way that's
evident.
possible that
Now
you
I'm
can
a winner.
support the channel,
The problem is the
do
cheating
so
to win,
by
manipulating
hitting
the truth,
something that's
and
free.
then it's the all
And as easy
outliers.
as hitting the damn
How is
like
this
button.
sharing our achievements with
Ah,
liars, cheaters,
sir.
and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
Big shout out to my man, Gallery Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Long
dog
time
game
no
is
see,
dying.
fam.
Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My decantation was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My decantation was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
My man, Pressure Kennels, you need that fix, baby. You need that fix.
The dog game is dying.
Well, you know this hot mic Friday. You fix
not
to
the
get a
dogs.
fix.
It's the challenge of the wins,
Don't OD on this though.
addiction,
Don't OD on this.
and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars.
Big shout out to me.
With liars,
for
cheaters,
greatness.
and
Kennels in the house with
we
a
have lost the
bang.
historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and
Again, I
present.
want to thank everybody for coming up.
Hosted by
hanging
one
out
of the
with
game's
us on
most
this Hot Mic
respected
Friday.
kennels,
Again,
with
don't
over
forget to
40
hit the
years
like
in the
button.
hunt, going
Don't
hard
forget to
kennels
hit the
Twin 1
like
and
button
Twin
and
2,
another big
dogs like
shout out to
Champion the
everybody
Brat,
who started
the
thanking
very
my
first
people on
champion
the
off-brand
back
champion
street.
Mayday,
I just want
the
you to
dog
know
of
I
the year,
see
and
you,
Register
fam.
of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
That's right, Eli Monster. 3 hours, 17 and 1 scratch. That was the win.
So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
Even though they didn't come across, we still had scratch to win and play. And
The dog
believe
game is
me,
dying.
that one scratch
Let's talk
was
about the
just
game
like
first,
the first one.
not the dogs.
It just happened
It's the
3
challenge
hours
of the
and
wins,
17
the
minutes
competitive
later.
addiction, the thrill
Good
of the
dog
win,
right there.
and the rewards
It
of
may be,
achievements.
but it was a
Losing
hell of a
only
good
gives you the
dog.
drive to come back.
Both of them
I
were.
learned to watch the winners,
Sometimes
my
that kind of shit
motivation
just
was there,
happens.
my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth,
Big
and
shout
then
out
it's
to
the
the
all-out liars.
almighty ones in the
How is
house.
this
What
sharing
up,
our
fam?
achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements.
What up, fellas? What up? Appreciate everybody showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. I see y'all out there. What's up, man? I make sure I got everybody. I want to start without everybody being recognized. Y'all noticed we changed the intro up a little bit. Got away from the music thing because, you know, we always had this video sitting around. But here lately, I think it's important that we, you know, go back to what we started out doing. You know what I mean? Let's get back to why we actually do what we do here. You know? If you listen to the very beginning of the way that first part of the video starts out, we didn't want to start out talking about the dog. We started talking about the game. And then the second part of the video, the one that GR.CH usually see playing, we talk about the dogs. The reason we did it, that went back to that, because again, we dealing with, and this is for us, we old enough to understand, you know, the now, the time period that we're working within. See, we can only tell you about our history and the dogs that have passed. So y'all gotta understand, just because what we did in the past, you don't forget that. All of a sudden, you're supposed to act like you don't know shit in here in the future. Like, y'all really think that all of a sudden we got dumb the dogs all of a sudden? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you ever learned how to swim, you know, as a kid, I'm pretty sure you still know how to swim now. Pretty sure back in the day when you was a little kid growing up, you jumped on that bike and you know, you had the little training wheels and it came off. Then you was riding that bike. I'm pretty sure that if you was to jump on a bike now and you're capable and able, I think you can still ride a bike. And I'm just keeping this part of the game simple because again, and y'all know we get around. Not just out here in the internet podcast world, you know, we all try to support everybody. You know, but then again, you know, when you've been around as long as we've been around, you kind of know a lot of people. And again, that's just how the game works. A lot of friends. So, as we were moving along, and I noticed based on some of the polls and how some of the polls was working out, I really got a good, you know, insight on who and what our audience consisted of. And actually, it was shocking. Even now, to this day, even today's conversation has a lot to do with how we trying to address the audience that I feel like, and I kind of got a temperature check on. Because again, see, unless you was back there in that time period and had a chance to experience a lot of things that had a chance to experience and been a lot of places that we had a chance to go and get a chance to meet and sit down and eat and drink and have fun and talk to a lot of the people that we do know, you guys wouldn't understand that because this now doesn't have that type of circle. Maybe that's why everybody, you know, resonates to the video thing. I don't know. I'm just kind of get a little temperature check on my audience because I'm kind of seeing that there's a lot of my audience who has no idea about the then. You know, why do I say that? Based on some of the polls and then some of the conversations. Now, I know my real bulldoggers out there, but it's not many of them, but I know my real bulldoggers out there because sometimes my historians out there, we can ask a question, and or some of our other guests be on here, and they, we getting old, we can't remember things. I'd be looking for that Tank to come up with the answers, and bang, they come up with the answers. But there's only a certain few that can do that. And so those few that can do that, I know they know a lot more about what we talking about and how it feels to be in that time period doing and being involved in those circles. See, unless you play football, you really don't know how to play football. You don't have no idea what it is to go in there and play football unless you have really played football. And you remember, even in football, basketball, any sport, the higher you achieve on those levels, the more you learn. This sport is no different. So your learning curve, unless you was back there, you wouldn't understand there. So trying to learn something right here and now, you don't have the resources now that we had back then. So you need things like what we do now to get you a better insight about what you're trying to get involved with when it comes to dealing with these American Pit Bull Terriers, because they are not a normal dog. And for some odd reason, for anybody to be in this platform watching this video, you should already know what we talk about over here. Over here, we talk about our past, our history. Our history consists of the dog fight. Let me make that clear to all my viewers, to all my people in the chat. Please understand, what you get here is our past, our history. Yeah, we did some breeding, but let me clarify this. We were dog fighters. That's it. There's no other reason for us to try to be something that we were not. Wouldn't sit here. There would be no reason to sit here and do this, trying to be something, that don't make sense, We're true believers in that giving back thing, you know what I mean? We've said this on plenty of occasions, and you had a couple of our guys come through, these were not guys that we just met. These are guys that knew us way back then, and we knew each other. That this was what all of us did in our past. We're not sitting down writing books. They're actually coming out here sharing this information. So when I see other guys and doing the podcast, and then I'm watching the information based, knowing what I know about who that audience is, audience really don't know much. When you sit back and just think about it, and you look, and you remember the first part of our video, what it says now. We're not going to talk about the dogs. We're going to start off talking about the game. That's the very important part. That's what we start with, that part. Because in order to learn something, you got to be careful who's doing the teaching. That is what's important to us right now. Because we're here not to do anything but tell you our past and teach you what we know and try to cover all bases. Because there ain't nothing in the past that you can change. You can think what you want, how you want. That's totally up to you. But we're going to give it to you the way we learned it, the way we did it, how we did it, and going to stand on it. So keeping that thought in mind takes me back to something I just wanted to get off my chest, because again, I seen, I was over there bulldogging with J-Bo, and he got that, got the brackets going on with the state-to-state thing, and I've been kind of quiet because again, I know about the audiences. I know most of the people I see in that Shark Tank, I see in other places. You know, and I give a big shout out to the Shark Tank because again, I love the way they support each other. I love the way they support the community. So yeah, I ride or die with them guys. But even in that aspect, they don't have the ability, and a lot of them, and I know this, a lot of them haven't done what we've done. I know this because if they did, they would actually be on this show and we would be talking about what they've done. That part I know clearly. You might know a lot based on the areas, but then again, we can only talk about the things we've done. And I can tell you, fellas, we've been around a long time when it came to these dogs, and we've been a lot of places. A lot. Started in North Carolina, ran down through Ohio, now down here in Florida. Been everywhere from New Jersey to Tennessee to Texas to Arkansas to Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Puerto Rico, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. I mean, there's Virginia. I mean, there's so many places that we've been. New York, Buffalo. I mean, Detroit. I mean, even Canada. I mean, there's so many places that we have been. So you can imagine when I'm sitting there trying to tell you something. Look here, fellas. Not everybody can do that. And we don't look down on people because of that. What we try to get people to understand is these bulldogs are really international. All we can tell you about is what we have learned here in the States. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I look up to people like Schoolboy who handled that West Coast. In that Mexico scene. What better person can tell you about that West Coast area than him and walking down around Big Steppin'? Remember the VBK boys right out there in California? Had one of our dogs out there that they made champion. Had a great dog. And then you had the Wallbangers and Harvey Wallbanger and Eminem and them all out that way. How can y'all don't know about them people? Y'all know about they dogs? I mean, when I was listening to Dog Man thing with the Dog Man bulldogging with J-Bo, and I was listening about that Arkansas area, and I was just so shocked that I didn't hear none of the names that I was expecting to hear. Did y'all know Walking Down Ram had over 14 champions? Let me repeat myself. Did y'all know that Walking Down Ram Big Steppin' was behind 14 champions? And I ain't hear nobody mention his name at all. Did y'all know that Eminem, I think, had 8 dogs that he ran on? I swear it was 17 straight. Great dogs. Panther, all of them. 17 straight. And all them wins came out of one litter. And I ain't hear none of them names come up. Y'all know they've been on this show. And and it's just shocking that know that I see what I see in the Shark Tank. And to know that, even if y'all don't know these people, but nobody would represent them. And which brings me back to, wait a minute. Now, we pretty much covered a lot of areas and a lot of people to come through here. Even my man, from the Virgin Islands, Black Ice. Nobody's really mentioned none of the great dogs he had. And he got around. So it brings me back to be like, okay, if we're going to have something and represent it and be true to what we're trying to do, then it's only fair. And I mean this, it's only fair that all the information should be provided to the point to where you can make an honest, judgmental decision, because that's the only thing that's going to make a bracket worth any damn thing. Can't go leaving people off the bracket because you don't damn it know. That's where I find part of that going off already. Because the bracket is flawed already. The matchups are flawed already. You know why? Because the people who are being responsible for what goes on in that bracket, they ain't qualified to fill that bracket. And that's what I'm on. Because you don't know enough. If you don't know enough, there's nothing wrong with not knowing enough. But then, damn it, we're going to be fair about it. And you at some point, it's got to come out. You got to own that. So this ain't about trying to see who know what and all that other shit. No, it's about if you're going to do something and be real about it, then I think there has to be a better way of handling that, because really, our audience is not big. Our audience is not knowledgeable enough to know. I mean, even though it's fun, but I think it's a disrespect to the real dog men that should be representing the areas that they should be representing. And can't tell me that ain't like y'all don't know, because hell, we done had half the damn country on this damn talk show. And all that we don't have on here, we can speak for them. Because we've been in them places. We can damn near fill up that whole goddamn list of everything on the bracket for every goddamn state, except for California. I know damn well anything passed out that damn way, Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, and him and Ram could fill that in. You know, rest in peace to my brothers, BBK, what was his name, Eric? Angel, you know what I mean? You know, if he was around, we was cool with him. I'm pretty sure he would fill in the damn rest. But I have all the confidence in the world in Schoolboy. You know? And my boys up there in Minnesota, up there with all them damn dogs up there. Wisconsin, ain't nobody saying nothing. Act like they don't even exist, like they didn't even have no damn dogs. Windy City up that way. Like Mo said, Windy City ready to rumble. And somebody did say that about, you know, Windy City, because I mentioned it last night. And didn't nobody, you know, somebody did say Wisconsin, but it was like, didn't nobody, it was like almost like a question. Like, didn't nobody know? So, ready to rumble up that way. So there's a lot that, I mean, okay, so we're gonna get into this whole situation about us old heads. You know what I mean? Y'all know y'all done heard this shit before. How the hell can you sit here and try to convince this old head about how the hell y'all gonna be moving forward with these goddamn dogs when you don't have no idea about what to do moving forward? Because where you getting it from? And that's what brings me back. Who is the goddamn messengers around here? That they don't even know, but yet they are intrigued to get your attention enough to tell you what to fucking do. And these dogs, y'all understand, anybody who is in sight of this video, this podcast, this Shark Tank, let me remind y'all again, we are former dog fighters. period. I don't know what else you're looking to come to find in here, to be in here, except for what we giving you. Then that's the truth. And if you want to learn something, you want to have and understand what it takes to have good dogs, I think we bring enough people through here to help fill in some of them damn blanks. So I can truly say, you know, sometimes you got to check the messenger. I don't have no problem with y'all checking us. None. And for my boys out there on the back street, my people out there in the room who know what it is to have a bulldog between you and be in that damn box, get on the damn bus, going on, know how it feels. Tell me you don't know. Can't, you know, you get the chills when we sit down and talk about that because you remember how it was. Yeah, it ain't the same no more. Yeah, you probably miss it as much as we do. The competition, the honor, the ability to be over there and stand over there and look at the opponent across from you and know we got two warriors fitting to get busy. All the bullshit go to the wayside when the shit get hot. You better know what you're doing. So that's the part that I'm trying to get an understanding on. You know, as I talk to my brother Mo, I'm kind of like, man, you checking this, man? You watching what's going on, man? You see who you speaking to, man? Because I am. I just want y'all to know this is why the intro changed. This is the way we gonna handle this shit by moving forward. Because remember, we old at this shit. As far as these dogs. The only reason my brother gonna sit in this chair, and I'm gonna let him sit in this chair because this is what he loved to do. So all the bullshit that has come and all that other way, we ain't never had no problem on dealing with that shit. Remember, we still control the knobs around here. But I'm gonna make it worth his while. And so I wouldn't give a damn if we got down to 100 goddamn viewers. I would at least want to have the right 100 viewers and to get everybody who have enough common sense to understand why y'all in this podcast, considering y'all know what you're gonna find over here, because we clearly make it, you know, evident what we do over here, what we're gonna be talking about. Bulldogs, not your regular pet bull. We talk about game American Pit Bull Terriers, fighting dogs of the past. I need everybody to understand that. And if you don't know, then this is the right place to learn. This ain't about getting on what level. There's different levels to everything that you do. That's the part that I'm trying to make you understand. Everybody can't do what we did, and this ain't about everything that we did because there was so many people that have been on this show who are far better than us doing what we did. Look at our mentors. We're never gonna we're never gonna let their names die, because if it don't be for them, then wouldn't it be us? So we're gonna keep them alive. All that old head shit, fuck you. Because them same old heads that taught us, remember I was young at one time too. You know what I mean? And guess what? Because of them old heads, we got a chance to play and be able to go to a whole damn bunch of places that some of y'all never can make it to. Don't hate on that. Remember in the front of the video? You know, that first part of the video, you know, our willingness of wanting it to be great, wanting to be a major factor in the dog game. Not everybody wanted to be like that. But don't hate on the ones who did, because the ones who did, there's a history of them. And I am talking about a hell of a history of them. Now, if that history intrigues you to the point to why you come here, you're trying to get a little bit out of this and a little bit out of that and get understanding, guess what? Your mentors are sitting right in front of a damn camera. Some of them are sitting right out there in that Shark Tank. Some of them over there running their own shows, like Mr. Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy. My boys Ram and Boone and Mr. Garcia and 7-8, they over there on Patreon. Regardless, I mean, even I don't like him as a person, I still got to respect him as a dog, man. Fat Bill's still out there. And I'm only speaking on ones that I know dog fighters. Period. Bottom line, give a damn what everybody else is out there doing. I'm talking about the dog fighters. Not the breeders. Not the ones running around showing what's on their yard. No, I'm not talking about them. They okay doing what they do. But I'm talking about dog fighting. And so as long as we all understand that, and what you can look forward to when you come here, then I think this thing is going to be so much easier, because then you won't have a whole lot of the bullshit and the fakery that's going on. And people trying to be something that they're not, because guess what? What the hell is you trying to be out here in this game right now anyway? What other reason would you be here other than trying to get the knowledge, or at least try to get the feeling, because you love to be, you're enthusiasts about the dogs like we are? What other reason why would you be here? To troll? Don't you understand? We got a Shark Tank. Don't you know this? Our attitudes will not allow that in here. Please help me, help everybody else around here. Because again, if we're gonna have a bracket and we're gonna represent based on the information that we supply and the information that you don't have. It helps for people to get out there and get into your own little areas and find them dog men and find them stories and find them dogs and then represent them damn dogs. Because the same way we won't let the people in our past be forgotten, y'all should feel the same way if y'all trying to participate in something and you trying to represent your hood. And because guess what? Today, we fixing to help y'all. Yeah, that's what we gonna do today. Y'all ain't no shit coming out of Arkansas, shit coming out of Michigan, shit coming up out of what? Florida? You think, oh, that's all Ohio had? Come on now. Y'all think that's all Wisconsin didn't have nothing? Come on now. Y'all gotta be kidding me. No, I mean, Lionhead did pop up there, but he was the only one. I mean, god damn. Well, again, we gotta understand. We're always gonna remember Lionhead, because remember, Lionhead dug Satan. We ain't just saying that to be saying it. If you was back there in that time period, you know we went from state to state, 5 different states. If he was supposed to be all that, why would we miss him? We could have had him before we got to Ricky. Thank God Ricky gave us the opportunity to go see him too. But you had to be a part of the game to understand all the bullshit that was going on. It's just competitive back then. You can talk that shit, but if you wasn't about that shit, believe me, we're going to find out, because then nobody had no problem when it came down to knocking. All you had to do was answer the damn door. Pick up the phone. That's a whole new ball game compared to what the game is being played now. And see, we're going to take y'all back to that era, when we can stand on why these dogs became great dogs, or why these people became great people, or why these areas were great at what they was producing. Because guess what? Ain't that what made up the game? For we can even be having something to even talk about. I need y'all to help me out and understand where I'm coming from, because I don't think we get enough questions asked. Out of too many think they know it alls and don't really know shit. I heard my man True Colors come up one time. One time. You know how many grand champions and champions that man had coming out of Michigan? And then y'all bringing up some bullshit, trying to compare something That don't make no damn sense to Michigan? We ain't even get nowhere near. Don't think Abraham's McNasty was the only thing up there in Michigan. Sable was the only thing about it out of Michigan. Flash was the only thing about it Michigan. Yeah, hell no. Y'all, yeah, that list is so big that you wouldn't even believe, man. Come on. Streets, I'm gonna let you handle this, man. I'm just telling you what I seen. Tell you what I seen. That bracket shit, bro. I don't know how they're gonna be putting that bracket together, but we need to get that committee together. We need to get that committee together and straighten that shit out. Because that's some bullshit. Because I can't hate on people for not knowing. But that's the purpose of these podcasts supposed to be, to help you know. Ain't that the enjoyment of why you come and see anyway? Because if you knew everything, why would you come? But if you like hearing about it and you really want to know some of the shit that's going on, why not participate? Because it would be okay to judge when, you know, when you got everything on the table. Don't tell me how dinner gonna be and I'm only getting samples of certain shit. No, just pick the whole damn dinner and put it right here and let me tell you how I feel it is. You know, I want the whole goddamn plate and then let me make my decision based on what I just ate. And that's how I think we should be moving forward. Well, that's where the direction we going on. Because I know my audience. No, I know my audience. Through all them temperature checks, I don't expect everybody to be on our level. And it's not about everybody trying to be on our level. What we're sharing with you is the level that we was on and how we got on that level based off the people who's on the level higher than us. And then all those levels and all that other shit that we got a chance to run around here and see, y'all still talking about a whole lot of them people to this day. That's why we can tell you about it, because we was inside running with them. Shaking hands with them, sitting out eating with them, smoking with them, having fun with them, seeing the great dogs. That's where the enjoyment comes in, because you need that right there to understand what you want to look at when you at least look at your yard and be able to feel the same thing that we feel. To be able to at least be able to say, this is what we had, this is what we did. Yeah, you know, it was our past, but guess what? It was a fun, you know, it was a fun time in life. Most of the old timers back there, hell, once you're a bulldog, man, you're gonna always be a bulldog, man. You can talk about running away from it all you want, but it's like riding a bike. You can never forget it. It's a part of who you are. And that part right there, I want y'all to clearly understand. That's who and what we are. Thanks for listening. I'm turning it over to my brother. You got it. What's up, everybody? Everybody get a hand of applause to Reverend Mike. Mike be coming up in here with the sermon. Tell y'all something. Give y'all the word. Straight word. Hearing. I be hearing. He probably be looking at me like, cause I'm always shaking my head. All right, man. I don't know what to say, man. I want to get back down into where I like having fun at. That's the dog. Nope. Let's get on the bus, y'all. What I want to say, I just got to say it. We had to get on the bus. Let's just pack up our dogs. Take a couple of dogs with y'all. Take your notepads. Today, take your best shit, though. We need to have your best shit so you can really get into the imagination of truly understanding what it really feels like and
can't nobody tell you nothing about that feeling if they haven't got it themselves by doing it. I'm gonna do that anyway because I'm gonna play in it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Gotta get this. Some of you guys seem like you're raising these dogs and you're making these great breedings. And see, that's y'all time. That's why I asked y'all to bring that thought and those dogs on the bus. And let's go back to my time with them. So, you keep them emotions about your shit. And let's put it in an imaginary state of mind where you're going to step yourself in my shoes with that shit. Okay? So if you don't never do it, at least feel it. Because a lot of them can't even bring their stuff out here to talk about it. They can't even feel it because they ain't never done it. And they get their feelings by, I guess, figuring if they talk about it, if they know what they're talking about, that makes them part of the team. So much misinformation gets caught up into that where, again, like Mike said at the beginning of the video, beginning of the video, we ain't talking about the dog. We're going to talk about the people. And in that conversation, we talk about mostly people who don't fight dogs, they talk dogs. Those are the ones that telling on you, ripping you off, putting you down. You know what I'm saying? It's those people right there. It's getting caught up in what is real. And these days in your time, there's no way for y'all to validate anything. Y'all don't have the journal. I mean, and you show it, like you said, you don't have Facebook. Facebook is a bragging spot for, ain't no real dog man gonna go on Facebook. A foolish one would. Maybe one somebody that can always say, put somebody else's shit out there that, just so everybody else can see. I'm always on the bus. If I say a dog's name and it comes out my mouth, it is guaranteed to me, not knowing when or where, you know what I'm saying, that it's a part of history. And that's all I can tell you. It's a part of history. And that's how it should be directed. And that's how it ought to be focused out, even in your case. Y'all should frown on, me, I've never been a fan of watching people get busted and go into jail because, see, I was one of them people. Just imagine me getting busted during that time and I was all on the news. And then I had to come back, not only see myself on the paper, on the news, but see me in everybody's podcast. I was checking out Buck City shit, even though he was coming down pretty hard on my man. I don't know how they got into a smash thing, but what he was saying outside of that direction that he was at, he was telling the truth about a lot of shit. Because, see, I've been put in that same place where me and my girl was out there being flashed across the channels. And I was just thinking when he was talking about how everybody did his case. And I was like, that could have been me. I mean, I could just imagine. You know what I'm saying? And the publicity, went on with my case, you know, was close around the Michael Vick thing. And in the end, my girl became the first woman being convicted of dog fighting. Not me. She got convicted, but I didn't. Okay, that's a story. But I'm just thanking God that, you know, I wasn't around y'all time. Because these be open cases. And then you open it up to, you know, like you said, what kind of dog community is this shit again? You know what I'm saying? When I got arrested, I sat down. I wasn't involved in no community because I didn't want to be the leak or the leak or the link for anybody else to get caught up in some shit that came on down on me. You know? Number two, I've always told you guys this. I'm going to keep on telling you this again. If you never had the journal, you know, was a dog fighter with the journal, then you would never understand my words here. Okay? Those people in those journals were dog fighters. They were dog fighters. You might see many people in there, but they were all dog fighters. You can have some fake ones in there, but there may have been some fake dog fighters. It was all dog fighters. Now, nobody knows when these things took place. Nobody knows really if they ever took place unless you're a witness. Are you trying to be one? We don't know nothing. We just going based on a publication that's used for entertainment. Why do you think when a man got busted first time in 2004, and they ran up in there and seen all that stuff from the journal, went down there and ran a search warrant on Jack's shit again? Why you think that dude didn't have none of that on his ass when he went to court? Nothing. As a matter of fact, when he got out of jail, he cranked up the journal again. Got everybody to send him some money. That's how Macho Butt became Dog of the Year. Paying attention? And then he continued it all the way up until he went to jail in 2007. Then the journal was gone. The whole time he was going through his appeals. So how could the journal be something for you to worry about? How could the journal be something that still was validating champions, still validating wins and losers, still building on the registered mail list by the dogs being registered through the journal? Tell you why. Because again, it's a publication. Unless you're a snitch, and you're willing to go in that book and sit in front of a courtroom full of people and tell all these people that this person in this book was fighting dogs, because I was there, me and Bobo right here, he'd be on next as collaborating witness to my testimony. This is the only way that they can use that book. That's it. Other than that, it's a publication. There's no factual truth to anything in that book. Unless you have somebody who's willing to testify as something in that book. And just testify, you better be bringing some help. You better be bringing some pictures because it's a publication. So guys that start always so quick to jump up and holler, I don't do the journal, I don't do this, I wouldn't do it. Be quiet, because again, that's because of lack of knowledge and not understanding. You would never be in that book anyway because you're not a dog fighter. If you don't understand how important it was for us dog fighters to be in there regardless of what the thing was. I went to trial. And the journal wasn't allowed on stand. So with all that, all that going on. They went to ADBA, they did all that. They had everything in one of them books. They had everything I ever did in it. I told y'all this story before. Everything. And again, why couldn't they use it? Because it was a publication. They thought that they were going to get away with it. They probably tried to slip it through on the judge, or slip it out there where the public eye could see it, so they can start putting that in the newspaper. But it didn't happen. Matter of fact, as I said, the judge told him to get it off the stand. He didn't even like it sitting up there on the stand. Journals and all those books, Fat Bills, all of them, played a major part in a part of the history that y'all can sit down and validate, because there's no other way that you can validate anything. You know, some of you guys, when I hear you was here and you was there and everywhere, and it makes me wonder, you know, were you a spectator? Were you one of those guys that spectated but didn't do it? Did you really know how it feels to really have a dog between your legs going for number 3? Knowing the first 2, there was still people sitting across from you who was trying to beat you? You really thought they had something to compete with you? No, that's the bottom line to the game, guys. The bottom line. You know, we can speak about so many different dogs in so many different places because we went to these places. And we had a chance to see these dogs and meet these dog men. And the same dog men that you could pick up your papers and see a couple of these dogs that they had in it. Look at me and Tony Way. We've known each other for over 40 years, and I heard his name pop up. That's not the only champion Tony had taped. To me, wasn't even the best champion that Tony had. Tony had about 10, 12 champions. His damn stuff. These are good dog men. These are guys that if you wanted to go and represent your state, I would try to figure out who these guys is and start looking into these 13, 14 champions that they had. Because some of these dogs, when you playing in the fast lane, you can play in that circle. But that's what the fast lane is. We go looking for competition and don't care what circle you're in. That was the whole purpose. Guys, if you can have great dogs, sometimes when the right dog came around and they was lurking, they knew how to keep don't want to mess up their brand, don't want to mess up their record, and they stay away from certain people. You know, they call it ducking. You know, me, I call it wise move. Because if you're not a true competitor, and most dog men in the fast lane, that's what they did, that's what our hunger was, competitive. That's what we wanted. We wanted to match our dogs and the dogs that was good. If you really think your dog is better than mine, we're going to do it. There's no disrespect. These are warriors. You got to respect the game for that. You got to give the game that respect. So when I'm putting these little things together, I be thinking, you know, I hear circle dogs. Circle. And then I'm looking, and not even in your own circle, can y'all put some of this shit together to compete with guys that, you know, that when you say these names, you can't put nothing there. You better put a background to something like that. That's like somebody grabbing a dog that you know is a champion in your area and trying to really match that up to Zebo, or even dogs that, you know, my second list, you know, like Satan and them. There was so many more. Champion Stein and Stubby. What you gonna put on these dogs? See, we know these dogs got background based on the kennel. That was a fast lane kennel. That's your first problem right there. The fast lane in itself is hard to match up. When you put that fast lane, then you put the dog on there with the fast lane, knowing what the fast lane were competitors. Kenny Allen was a competitor. Fat Bill, period. He was a competitor. Why would he take his shit and go into some of the greatest dogs out there? He wanted to compete. It's what real dog fighters do. The ones who really, really want to be competitive with their dog, win or lose. You know, that's where you find out. That's where you find out. See, when you be mean to other dog men, and even in his own book, he belittles people. But when somebody fire back at you with the truth, and you get mad, like Fat Bill got mad at us, you know, that part right there is like, you know, you're dealing with a Marine. And I don't have to talk about him to the point where, you know, the cowardness speaks for itself. You know, I'm not bothering you. I just spoke the truth. When you did step out there into that fast lane, you got your head cracked. And I'm not lying. But this is the same person that feel like he can talk about everybody else, but nobody dare swing at you. We're dealing with a jar here. We're going to swing at you anyway, because we're going to tell them the truth. And maybe that's for those who didn't know. Because y'all know now, y'all want to get mad because what? You know. He's not all as great as you think he is. He's still a great dog man to me. And it took him to be competitive to be able to stick them dogs out there for him to get beat. Don't make him no less of a great dog man than me. Just show me he was competitive. He wanted to see what he had. And in my belief, in my way I seen shit in the dog game, he lucky he didn't do that earlier. But this is the same man that if you don't mind saying that about other people, then you shouldn't mind hearing somebody saying that about you. Especially a person of my caliber, and I still won't say I've ever been greater than you. But I know the dogs that I had, I wouldn't have been worried about you. So I can talk about you. You get the same respect as you get when you got your listeners listening to you. It's just I got more. You know, and all it was about is me being a dog man, a dog fighter to another dog fighter, just being competitive. Just so happen to be my people, you know, because we are in that fast lane. And, you know, you got your peoples out there. We gamble with these people. Most of every one of them that you had on this show were fast lane dog men. These guys was in the fast lane. When you say Michigan, Michigan was a fast lane state. There's a whole bunch of shit you can pull up in there, boy, and start trying to match up. There's just no matches to this shit unless you putting Detroit on Detroit like they did. Because really, outside of Detroit, they were deadly. Only ones could tame them was Ohio. Remember, look at all the great dogs that came out of Michigan, regardless of what Ohio was doing. We were all making champions. But we were going other places to do it. Just imagine some of the great dogs that ran into some our great dogs in Ohio that never made it to the history books, except to losing to the great dogs that we speak of when we crashed into Detroit, or when Detroit crashed into us. Ohio Cass, same guy who was on here, he's the one that made Two Colors Grand Champion Outrage a grand champion. Cass took his two-time winner up there and he went to go knock off him a four-time winner. Knowing how good True Colors was and Outrage was, he still went after his ass. And he went after a couple more champions. Remember, that's what I did, ain't it? Tran lost the whoop. Tommy boy. So that's what the fast lane was to me. The search for the competition. Yeah, I mean, we beat a lot of two-time winners. We don't even be asking how many your dog done won. But every one that we done ran into, I'm telling you, with Brat, she went in the two-time winner 3 times. Because we won competition. They all won a competition. You know, that's the world of dog fighting. When you go to lining up a chart of great dog mans that was going down back then and putting them charts together, that's how I would want to build the chart that the guys is playing over there on J-Bo's show. You don't have a show like that, you know, doing that. You should look at the dogs and the great dog matches that these great dogs was going into, you know? And you're going to see it on the competitive end, not in just a circle. All these guys that I'm talking about, no, they ain't this no circle, you know? Because Kenny Allen, Fat Bill, and Fergie and all these guys, us, Stone City, Hardcore, Strictly B, Ready to Rumble. I mean, in every section, y'all had fast lane guys that didn't play in just y'all circle. These guys got outside those circles and they got out there into the fast lane circle. Circle of the fast lane where competition meets. You know, that's where the game was really played. That's why we can talk about Stan and Man, those dogs, Grand Champion Rodney, and these dogs who were able to do these things. I can say certain kennels, and I can honestly tell you, these were guys that was definitely fast lane. These dogs right here were definitely fast lane winners. And then I can show you the ones that were local winners or as circle winners, because there are always circles all over the world. And you always gonna have these true bulldoggers, and those true bulldoggers, whether it's a few of them or it's a lot, they're gonna still have that clash. And out of that class, there's always seems to be one that grows above that circle that attracts that eye of somebody in the fast lane for that competition. This is how we end up in these circles. And the only way you can get in them circles, those guys have to be in the same type of need of competition as you are to open that door to let you in. You know what I'm saying? And that's not nothing a person who ain't never done it can talk about. No, that does not, rank a person who's seen many great matches but never done it. It's just the total difference in all that. You know, it gets mixed up in a person who's done it, but all the people that we had come through here who's done it, it takes very little value out of what they're telling you if you're not steady taking them and putting them in a place that they need to be, not in comparison to what you're already accustomed to being bombarded with all these other people who wants to be that. You know? Now, I know I told y'all about that first list, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of y'all, those are like acing the whole cards. Bottom line is you can say a bunch of names here, a bunch of names there, but those names there, those are straight up killers, and I will put them in any deck as jokers. I wouldn't care who you grab. You just know those are jokers. Some deck of cards has 2 jokers, the little joker and the big joker. But they stand above everything else. And you have to continue to do that because those dogs have made their history. And I'm going to tell you, I just don't see a dog that has made his history doing what these dogs have done to be compared to be matched up with anything without it being not cool, not fair anything. I don't see nobody beating Zebo like they didn't beat him when he was alive. They wouldn't even beat him in a simulation, like making a video game. You know what I'm saying? Where it makes Mike Tyson easy to be You know, remember when they had the Mike Tyson boxing game? You wasn't going to just whoop on Mike Tyson. You better have some skills. You better know how to play the game. You had to be an expert to finally come around there and beat up Mike Tyson. See what I'm saying? And that's the level. That's the level that these guys are in. You guys don't, how you going to get the true essence of what's being said to you by these guys if you study sucking on these straws and sticking them in the same category where everybody else seems to be that's comfortable. You know, they way up here, but they're being pulled down, and y'all shove them in a place that y'all enjoy them when they talk. But you don't even remember enough of them to know that they had enough champions on these yards that y'all could really fill up these boards and have to understand. And just them Kennels alone. I say super net. You know, y'all should be, West Virginia should be all over that. And just a man, when you say super net, he is a man that, like I said, somebody can find a journal in there where he lost. Okay? And still, I hear but one dog I put up there was Grand Champion Ace. A major factor in such a point that he made my line great. Can't compare that. How you going to tell me you can be able to match that? Unless you was talking about somebody just as good as Supernat and Ace. There's no match to that. There's not a history to that. We're going to have to grab one of these historical dogs and add to that. Put Zebo on Ace, something like that, but they're in the line. This is, you know, we can't do that because Zebo's in his line. So it's the matchup. You got to remember the Kennel you bring it behind that. There's something that's already stuck in stone. You can't downgrade that and be fair. You know what I'm saying? It just don't make no sense. Okay, I'm gonna grab some shit here. Remember, I gave y'all a little rundown on that second team. I hope y'all remember the first team. You know what I'm saying? But guys, New York. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what about STP? All the great dogs that came out of STP. I mean, every one of them, again, we can go and say Buck. And you cannot say anything that could go in there and get Grand Champion Buck with STP with him, and y'all try to compare somebody to him. To me, it don't make no sense. Because you can't. You know how you have to reach to kind of match something up to say that he would have beat Grand Champion Buck? Matter of fact, STP's Grand Champion Buck? I don't get it. You would have to take away the thing that has made this dog legendary. You would have to say to take the best of this dog that got him standing up there where he's standing. STP and Grand Champion Buck. You can't just say Grand Champion Buck without saying STP. Because STP on that bracket gonna be handling Buck. Like he did when he had Buck. Like he did when he won them 7. Okay? You have to bring that in consideration. You cannot match that. You would have to literally be taken away from the whole pie, something out of it to even try to match it up. Because history says it's unbeatable. He's a grand champion. How do you pretend that you can beat him? I just don't understand that. You got to come with some history. Literally. We thought we saw that problem with Samson and Buck. Sandman and Buck. Matter of fact, sorry, Sandman and Buck. You know what I mean? But it's really hard to match up shoe-ins. And if you know the shoe-ins, then it's a matter of putting the chart together with shoe-ins. And with the fill-ins, it's going to even be harder because if I'm steady grabbing fast lane dogs that's coming out of these areas, and it's going to hard to be refuted, it's going to be very hard to be refuted, and then not letting nobody take nothing away by putting the wrong shit in front of me, thinking that I'm undefeated. I left the game undefeated. How am I going to pretend and be defeated? It's some bullshit. Because the makeup, you know, the chart, the playbook, he's not allowed to lose. He can't. He's an ace in the deck. Key is to build up as many aces in the deck in your state. There's been many dogs that came out of everywhere. But if you don't know them, then it's not fair for you to downgrade the ones because of your lack of knowledge. Are the ones that least that hit that mug that we can validate for and validate for the kennel and everything else to do with it. Them was jokers in the deck. You know, we could say Charlie and Tyrone, two great dogs. We could put them on that chart. And the only ones that will ever fit that chart right there for those two dogs is them two dogs, still, to me. You ain't gonna put Charlie over here and think you're gonna whoop Charlie when I know Charlie and Tyrone was getting ready to go in each other, and them was the two best dogs that was gonna be going in each other. Them should be the ones because ain't nothing else proven them 4 times on each one of their butts. Could nothing whoop either one of them dogs. So how we gonna change that up? I can't do nothing but do what we was gonna do anyway. They was gonna put Tyrone and Charlie together. So that's the kind of shit that I would take to the chart, and it would make some sense. You see what I'm saying? And then you got to stand on why. Because how would you believe that Tyrone would beat Charlie? And I would not know that because I like them both. I like them both. Both of them was destroyers. Both of them 4-time winners. Both of them you didn't want to see get mad on your ass. So the best matchup in the house was them two together. And guess what? It never happened. So we still don't know the answer. Now, if we were to go predicting who would win, then some of you guys would know Bakari. There'll be a lot of people over there because we know Bakari and Tyrone. But a lot of you guys don't know Charlie. But if you had a background and understood who Charlie was coming down and how he got there and all that shit, there was a reason why. There's been a reason why you would really understand why Charlie didn't give a damn about Tyrone. I'm coming. See? But in y'all world and game, it'd be based on Bakari. You know? So on that bracket, Charlie wouldn't have a chance because y'all don't know enough about Charlie. Give Charlie a fair chance. When in the real world, Charlie was coming after goddamn Tyrone. I can't tell you on a prediction. I can't even tell you if they was on the gameplay how it would go because either way, because it never happened, it would never sit right with me anyway because it never happened. So I would always be thinking, you know, this is bullshit. What am I getting out of this game? I can't even get the answer. I don't even know still. By playing with it, you know what I'm saying? Knowing both dogs, it would just literally have to happen. for us to really know who was the better dog. Two of the baddest dogs during that time at their weight. You know what I mean? But that's something you would look into as far as Ohio and where Tyrone was. See, those are kind of matchups that would really make that, that's why I can't understand how is this thing gonna work when you go to picking who wins over certain dogs, you know what I'm saying? There's no way you're gonna.
I just think it was the more dogs coming out of a certain state. That's what you create.
Well, I mean,
match dogs up against dogs. That
right. The matching up dogs against dogs it just I would stick to the state thing because there's a lot of great dogs. You know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to match up some of the great dogs, these are still matches, guys. Even if we would never know, even in the real world, let alone the fake world, because it just wouldn't. It's based on what opinion? A lot of y'all shouldn't have no relevant opinions because you're not part of that world of the dog game to understand what I'm really coming from. To me, it's like a letdown on whatever dog lose because most of the great dogs y'all trying to match together are great dogs and didn't lose when it was for real. So, to see them trying to set them up to lose, for fun, it takes how are you going to do that how are you grading? Who know the most? Who you know? Like I said, Bakari or Charlie. Bakari's going to win that one because everybody know Bakari. Nobody knew Charlie. But Charlie was definitely the dog to go into Tyrone, to me. These are the comparisons that we make when we talk about great dogs. You ain't gonna tell me there's gonna be anything other than Charlie that would have a chance against Tyrone. I don't care who y'all go grab. I better be talking about Charlie. Because to me, dog that was meant to go with Tyrone, they was gonna go. Everybody else, no. But nobody else trying. Okay, so we can do this for fun. And if I see Tyrone up there, he should be considered a joker because I don't see nobody y'all could put with Tyrone except for Charlie to give me the thought that, this is probably the only dog that could have whipped Tyrone. Or this is the only dog that probably could have whipped Charlie. See the matchup, it's a strict matchup. And we really don't know the true answer. But by voting, if you had a matched up on that bracket, Charlie would lose. Because everybody knew Tyrone. So that to me was like you taking away something from Charlie that we couldn't even do in the real world. Because, we could have found out if Tyrone had to die. But there was still two great dogs. How do you downgrade it, play a game? It's going to be hard to do. You know what I'm saying? I like it because it keeps the state part makes you dig in and see how powerful dog fighting was in your state. What kind of badass dogs was really in your state? You don't know your state. You don't know the real dog man that's in your state. You can hear about them. You got a couple guys that can brag about them. But to even put them in there where you got to have a conversation like me, coming down to some real shit, like, yeah, Twin is right, though. I'm going to take this 10-time winner and make him lose on this chart. You know what I'm saying? How you going to take a champion beater? A champion beater is a champion who beat a champion that beat more than one champion. Like when Robert T. lost to Duke, Robert T. knocked off maybe about 3 champions before he lost to Duke. Okay? Those are what they call champions. Just like Angus, he was a champion beater. He beat champions that were beating champions. That's the story. Now, like I said, I was talking about that second team because a lot of guys y'all was like kind of blew back. The twin didn't pick. Mayday wasn't in that top 5 category. But if y'all paid attention to the top 5 category, y'all would have seen why Mayday didn't make it. Yeah, I think so. A lot of y'all, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wanted to go back down to that second list. I'm gonna start off with this one right here. That was the top one on my list as far as starting off. Coming right in with 7-time winner. Yeah, that's SuperNat right there. That's West Virginia. Now that's another. You got Grand Champion Ace, and then you got Racehorse. And you see you see how he bred. Angus and Ruby. You see that hard mouth shit, y'all? How y'all gonna beat that? Virginia got you fucked up already with just Ace and Racehorse. West Virginia do. West Virginia could tie up the board, and really, you could tie up the board. I grab another one up in there and really tie up the board with Champion Butch and them, and y'all got 3. Y'all got a triple crown when it comes to the Joker. Because how you beat these dogs? How do you beat that? It's good to have that. It's fun to talk about it, but it's good to bring conversation when you're building it. But when it comes to building, how do you beat that? We're talking about SuperNat.
West Virginia.
That's West Virginia there. Man, don't lose.
There's so many more of them no more. You can keep on going on SuperNat. He can represent West Virginia by his damn self.
I told him. That's true. Let me go back to the anchor. Hold on. There's another one. 4-time winner, straight killer. Again, most dog men will tell you when can anybody remember when SuperNat lost? Can anybody remember when SuperNat lost? Can anybody ever say they've seen SuperNat lose? See what I'm at, y'all? Look how that shit is bred. That's 2 of them. To me, them aces. That ain't even Grand Champion Ace up there. That's 3 dogs that, how do you lose with that shit? You gotta take his name, SuperNat. You gotta take the fact that he's dealing already with a top 5. How do you beat that? Come on now. If you know, then you know you can't beat that. So West Virginia, we got 3 already. We know you can't lose. I don't give a fuck what state they gonna try to grab to put with this shit. How you gonna try to make something lose that in true retrospect, you couldn't beat it? Couldn't beat the man, and you sure as hell couldn't beat his dogs. So how do you beat that? In the game world, the fun world, you can't. And be logically speaking about it, these 3 dogs cannot be whooped. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That ain't even ace. Another one. Oh, Brad's Loco. This dog right here. Look how he bred. Look how he bred. We know he a killer. Look at all this Eli in this dog. You know he didn't win by being game. We know this dog did not win by being game. Ain't no game bone in these dogs' body. All of them killers. Y'all know that. Ability and mouth. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these dogs you won't find out there. But here go, I mean, just giving you an idea. His little mate brother. His little mate brother. You put it together and you be like, damn, twin right though. If I'm sitting here with this going on in Virginia, in West Virginia, like twin said, for real, ain't nowhere in the world you're supposed to beat this shit if they couldn't beat it in the real world. How you gonna give me a loss in this fake ass world? I can't accept it. On some real shit. You got two little mates, you see how they bred. You know they killers. You know them ain't game dogs. Not coming off of Angus. And he's showing you he did it with Ruby in this Geo shit. Killers. You see him. That's 4 of them right there. Then we still ain't grabbed up Ace. Don't forget Grand Champion Ace. Right? Remember, these are still the top 5. These are still the top 5. So when I go emphasizing on racehorse in them and pointing these kind of things out, pulling up all that Angus shit, those killers, how you gonna put that on a chart, man, and get them to lose? It's gonna be crazy. There's no way it's supposed to work, guys. Because these dogs is really unbeatable. Even for fun, you can't change that. Who's gonna accept the loss with that killer? How you gonna have me losing with that killer? I'm mad. Y'all got me losing with this killer. You ain't supposed to be able to bring shit in here to put against my killer. This ain't gonna happen, fellas. Lay y'all to death, but it's just not gonna happen. And then we got Zebo. Look, you notice Zebo was in that top 5 because look what you're seeing. Look at the shit he was throwing out there. You see him popping up everywhere. Killers. These was killers, y'all.
West Virginia, stand up.
West Virginia, I'm telling you, they ranking. How y'all think y'all gonna beat that? How y'all supposed to accept these dogs right here losing? That's not even acceptable. I know that. Look, the man don't lose. West Virginia? The man don't lose, West Virginia. Y'all see that shit? Look how it's bred. I'm trying to show y'all something. So when y'all go back to that chart, West Virginia, y'all supposed to go in there one man strong, like I was saying about STP. How y'all gonna beat that? West Virginia, how are they supposed to beat this shit coming out of Supernat shit and he wasn't losing nothing? Talk to me, West Virginia. Talk to me, West Virginia. There go another little mate. Straight killer. And you know Ace was throwing stifle shit. And it's a proof that I know for a fact that he was throwing stifle shit. A whole genetic of some stifle shit, dog, came from Ace. Going hard, back stifle shit came from that dog. And here you got champion. We can give you an ideal. He's a champion beater himself. Champion beater himself. Look how he's breeding this shit. West Virginia. That's like me going to STP and go up in New York and just go on STP yard and put them all on the chart. And how you supposed to beat these people? How's this chart supposed to be fair if y'all talking about beating these kind of people? I'm throwing flags everywhere, reviews, everything. I'm calling everything. Because these are like jokers, y'all. These are like jokers. These can't be whooped. These dogs gonna be whooped in the real world. How are we gonna go in the animated world and have them lose it? Don't take the fun right out of it. To me, I'm a dog fighter. How do you do this? It doesn't feel right.
Eli Monster, you ain't never seen none of these dogs get beat no damn North Carolina.
Not a one.
Not a one.
Come on now. I was beating dogs down in North Carolina, and I didn't even know what I was doing. They wouldn't even mess with James Powell. Let me pull him back up. He was in North Carolina, and his dogs, they wouldn't even touch him. And you know why? You better look at the bottom of Tornado again. Y'all better remember that bottom Tornado's them brothers. Yeah, I can stand up for that, but he was from Pittsburgh, and he was sending that shit to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh take the ha-ha for that. We was standing there in North Carolina when them dogs was being bred, but I can tell you, them dogs got moved to Pittsburgh. That's the bottom of Tornado. Yeah, North Carolina definitely can stand up because that's where we was when we did that breeding. And I can tell you the dogs old Powell had, them dogs that created Tornado's bottoms high, wasn't nothing to be playing with. You're going to stand up on something and they ain't even champion. But what they created a joker. A show-in, you can't put nothing together to beat her. On fantasy football, you might say, she only got her. But she won 10. And the only way she won 10, you had to have 10 food. Because that's what they ended up to be. And it'd be foolish to see her lose to anything on a animation or anything. You would have to be an expert to really get there and really know the dogs to really understand how you whoop Tornado. You know, you can't beat the accolades. You can't beat the kennel. How you gonna beat Kenny Allen, Tornado? Unless you grab Roster Man. And Roster Man didn't whip 10. So he's already the underdog. And better not can't. It'd be an injustice to have him beat him on paper. It's just like I said about Charlie and Tyrone. It would be injustice. Especially when the voting and the put together is done by people who really don't understand what y'all voting on. And how, you know what I mean? Based on what? Because ain't none of these dogs supposed to lose anything. These dogs are truly killers, y'all. The man had a yard of killers. The man was known in the dog game. Y'all don't know Supernat. I'm introducing y'all to Supernat. West Virginia? Yeah, you can get up on a show like that and be daring for somebody to have your shit losing because it ain't supposed to lose. You see her down there at the bottom? Yeah. Keep going. I don't even want to bring up the next one. I don't even want to see my second team, my second pick. We don't even got to stay on him long. Do we even need to stop by? You say Twin would be biased to put him up? Huh? Would I be biased? I mean, because I'm asking, because how do you get this dog to lose? Florida, with everything Florida got going on for them, Florida can take this dog right here and load up the chart with everything coming by way of him. And most of them gonna be right down there in Florida. How do y'all beat that? How do y'all beat that? How do y'all beat Southern Kennels first of all? Then turn around and tell me you got to whoop him. Then you got to go whoop his sister, his other two sisters. Then you got to whoop his, because we bringing all of them. We definitely bringing these two. We definitely bringing them two. How you gonna beat them? How you supposed to beat that? That's just a few. We can go in and start snagging stuff just off of Mayday alone. Barracuda, he was on my list. Yeah, I got to brag, got to bring him. Got to bring Luke Kang. Show got to bring May May. Show got to bring May May. She was a Florida dog before time went up there and went on that destroying path with her next two wins beating champions. Yes, she did. She was in Maryland then. So, speaking highly of that part right there, I think that's what time was. I mean, I couldn't tell the difference between Maryland and Virginia. We're so close to D.C. But yeah, bring all that. How y'all gonna beat that? How y'all gonna? And we ain't even touched Missing Links yet.
Yeah, we talking about that DVM. They got all three of them together. DC, Virginia, and Maryland.
Oh, that's what they mean. Oh yeah, that's a dead zone. Shit, we go up there and go right up there on Mike Stewart or Hell on Earth and give y'all hell. DMD will give you hell. Was it DVM? Yeah, DVM. DVM is up there with Ohio and Florida. In West Virginia. How y'all gonna put these dogs on a chart and have them lose? Got to have her. You know, she was in one of them top 5. Can't beat her. You can't beat her. Barracuda was my 3rd on my list. I'm trying to find him. Hunch, he was in a good match. He was a rough one. But that's another one right up there. Yeah, Grand Champion Hunch. That's somebody up there in, what's that? New York? Got to take him. How you going to beat him? Damn, all these damn pages. I'm not going to go 19 pages to find him. I can type Yep, Cod Diesel. There's another one. That's a Mike Stewart right there. He was a good one. You know, a lot of people figured they could probably beat him, but when they went after him, they tried to beat him then. Some people say, see, he shouldn't have never made champion. Well, he only made it because they couldn't beat him. That's another Florida one right here. Florida can just rack up. Barracuda. You know what I mean? There's so many of them, right? And you know, remember, you got to beat the kennel along with those dogs. Yeah, man, I'm trying to work my way down in there. You know, so y'all know, you know, like I was saying, if I was gonna go still grab some stuff, why wouldn't I go and grab Barracuda, right? And we still ain't got to keep it missing Lincoln.
Fat Front Ray said,
Deep
Twin.
South in there.
Fat Front Ray said, Twin, you can't represent for one state. We ain't trying to we trying to tell you all the shit that y'all miss.
Right. I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to represent a state. I'm trying to tell you what's in these states that y'all ain't talking about. These is ace in the hole. You can't convince me that you can whip any of these dogs, that these dogs have never lost. You know what I'm saying? You can pull from, you got a straw to pull from. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm going with it. I ain't representing none of them. You know what I'm saying? If I was gonna be representing the state, Brat was actually from Ohio. Brat and Mama was Ohio dog. So, you know, but Lil Butt was an Ohio dog. The Mama, all them was Ohio dogs, but all these dogs did their job, and those great litters came from being born in Florida. So what state would Going Hard put his shit at? I'm gonna put my shit where it belongs. Florida and Ohio, because I can put dogs in both states. You know what I'm saying? And run a crew. Don't want to dig into my shit. I done already showed y'all my list. My list is a lot of Florida up in there, boys. A lot of Florida down in there. And you know, how you gonna whoop these dogs? You gonna tell me you gonna whoop Skins? I mean, how do y'all, I grab Skins, I grab Twister. I'm steady grabbing shit. It's Barracuda. I mean, I got a second and third team. I got a really an 8 set lineup of dogs that y'all could not fathom to put anything with that could be beat. They couldn't do it in the real world. We couldn't even twist it up and take what you gotta take something from them to be able to say that they lose in the fantasy world. You had to literally downgrade the dog for the dog to lose just in the fantasy world. Now, how did that feel? Or even how it sounds? Imagine somebody saying we can beat May May. But y'all looking at these areas and I'm looking at these places, I'm just telling y'all, these are the kind of dogs. Man, I could go, remember, I can run up there to True Colors and go through all his champions and be like, how y'all gonna beat these dogs? And just start filling up a whole bunch of shit up there in Michigan. Michigan be looking like everybody else. There's so many great dogs that y'all don't know about that is really in here that you see me pulling up that we all know their name. That we can grab and put on here. We can fill up a whole chart of great dogs like this. I didn't even touch the female side like BB Red. And you know I'm gonna put my shit up in there. If I won 7, if I got a dog that came off of my yard and won 7, damn right it's gonna be on that list. How you gonna beat that? How you gonna beat that? How you supposed to beat that? That's all my point is. But it makes good conversation Because if you rep in a state, you come with all your nukes. See, y'all got a lot of nukes that y'all just don't know about. That that I'm trying to just show you. Man, I can nuke the whole store. I can nuke the whole chart.
That's what he's trying to tell you.
You know? I can go over there and start pulling up Mason them shit. Hellcat, Panther, Grand Champions and shit. Over there in Arkansas. And then we go grab Round while we at it and throw his shit on there.
Wall boys.
And then we go down there in Texas and grab the Wall Boys, knowing them was Arkansas dogs that they using. My question is, do they want to represent the Texas, being that they was using the Arkansas dog to beat up the shit in Texas? You see what I'm saying? Because that's exactly what they did. They took the Triple M's dogs down there in Texas and worked over the Texas area, and exactly what they did, and they made a couple good damn champions out of their dogs. How do y'all beat that? Do they go on the Texas list, or do they go on the Arkansas list, being that they were shipped to Texas to win? And what they did. See? But this is firepower, things to discuss. Where do you put these dogs? Same up there in Buffalo, New York. Do you know how many dog people we got up there in New York? Do you know how many dog men we can bring out? Well, I mean, who gonna beat IBM? Literally, who gonna beat IBM? What we gonna do with him, New York? Who gonna beat Champion Justice? Who gonna beat Grand Champion Slammer? Who gonna beat Cemetery Rest? New York got a whole bunch of them. And we don't even want to start heading over there towards the border where Mr. Giroux and all them at, and the captain and them. We got a whole 2 yards to deal with. How we gonna put them in there? Who's gonna beat these dogs? Remember, these are still great dog men that had champions in registered married dogs on their yard. I mean, damn, who gonna go over there and grab James Crenshaw's yard? The hell y'all gonna do with that damn yard? Who's gonna go over there and grab James Garrett's yard? What the hell y'all gonna do with that yard? Do you know how many great dogs can come out them yards that y'all cannot sit there and say in a fun game that you're gonna put a loss under them? On some imaginary shit that you really don't have the information to even bother with? It'll be again, Charlie Tyrone.
AQ Henry Kendall said, Twin, you must be mad at Dogman TV for the State pick. No.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about one damn dog that they picked.
I'm talking about the lack of knowledge.
It's the lack of knowledge of where these dogs is now brought up, period. Because, I mean, I am not naive. I think clearly that you guys don't know enough about this shit to be doing it. And to be fair, I mean, it sounds good because there's a lot of you guys that don't know. It's fun. But when you get down to the matching up and shit, look what you have to do to the great dogs to match it up. That's what makes it not fun. You know, you can take all of Ohio, and then you take all of Arkansas, you stick all those great dogs on one big ass list and take a good look at it. How do y'all expect any one of these dogs on either one of these lists in these states to lose? You can't. You can't do it. You can't do it in Michigan. You can't do it in New York. You can't do it in Florida. You can't do it in South Carolina. You just can't do it because ain't none of them dogs have a right to lose in the real world because they didn't. So you can't even put them together in the fake world to get them to do that. And where it would make any sense to be even playing such a game. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I'll be looking at put out the most, who can come up with the most great dogs. That seemed more of a challenge and more realistic you know, because then y'all have a battle. Because each one of y'all got some great ass dogs that do not deserve to be losing in nothing. Because in true reality, you can't beat them. I mean, if you want real dog men to play this game, then, you know, it's got to make sense to us, because I wouldn't want to see my shit matched up to something, then y'all don't know my shit, and then put me on the chopping block with some shit that I know my shit would have killed that shit. But how do we know? We don't, just like with Charlie and Tyrone. That's where we'll be at, because ain't neither one of them dogs supposed to lose. You know, and if you ask me, if you would say, Twin, which one you got? I'm going to tell you like this. I'm standing in the draw category, because I would have to be standing at pit side where I ain't making a judgment call because I like them. I'm going to be making my judgment call based on what I'm seeing. Cut them loose. So I make my bet. I know what they get ready to get into. You know, it takes a little favoritism. You got people on this team, you got people on that team. Well, if I'm on both teams, I'm going to be in the middle. I'm going to watch it go. Well, I decide on what bus I'm going to jump on. You know, am I going to jump on the Charlie bus, or am I going to jump on the Tyrone bus? That might take me a minute. It might get a little late into the match where everybody else be ready to, you know, where it gets that bulldog country, and, you know, that's when bets really start flying. And I mean, my thing is, who's going to be the one that start to bet? And that's what I look at when I look at some, you know, some fake ass shit to go into. Then I take the reality with me too, so I can enjoy it as a dog fighter. How we going to enjoy something if we're not enjoying it as what we are? It's all related to dog fighting. You know what I'm saying? How do we get these dogs to lose to have some fun? I just don't see it happen. What I see is state to state on who has the greatest dogs, because you all got them. Just do you all know who they are? I mean, you still got places like Strictly Business and this shit. You know, you still talking about Puerto Rico and stuff. You know, Grand Champion Onyx was Puerto Rico. I saw him when I was in Puerto Rico. Badass little dog. Another killer. That was the islands. We seen a dog got his nose ripped off. Dog got his nose ripped off, and he was still scratching, you know. He was still scratching. One of the most glorious things I ever seen in the box. But some of the gaming shit you ever want to run across. And I would have to say that to all, you know, when you in the fast lane, and most guys that got fast lane dogs either gonna have a dog like Tornado, you know, that she was just an all around Sherman tank. You know, and she had enough energy she could beat the big strong muscular bitches that think they was gonna go in there and put her down and beat her up. Or she can get those classy killers. She can get in there and muscle them around and don't let them get in. And outsmart the roughest of a dog. Thing is, you had 10 people that really thought, regardless of how great she was, that they could beat her. Same with, I was just going to say, not just Tornado. There's another one. It just kind of slipped my mind. Oh, I know what I was going to say. It took 10 dogs to do it with Tornado, it took 8 dogs to do it with the Queen, but it only took 4 dogs to do it with Pandy. There's a difference of a level to me where Pandy stands above both of them, because Pandy convinced the world that she was not the one. And to me, that's better than a double grand champion. Because to have a double grand champion, you had to have 10 opponents. but to be so good, you can only get 4 in the whole world. You're gonna always be number 1 on my list. You're gonna always be number 1 on my list. You know what I'm saying? But then, how do you put her on a list to be beat? How do you take that, and try to bring it into a animated world to have her lose? When she stands on a higher stand than both. She's standing on a higher level than both of them, Queen and Tornado. Because at least they got that 10 and 8. You know what I'm saying? Bulldog. They got theirs bulldog. You got one that's so goddamn cold that they ain't even trying to, the bulldoggers don't even want to mess with her. That puts her on a higher level, higher than Queen and Tornado, and to me, together. 18 matches between them two, and we can only register 4 with this killer here. Tells you a lot about Pan. Yes, she was open to the world. Open. I'm telling you, people was going around with 31s talking about, yeah, I got one. As long as it ain't Pandy, I'll do it. Shit, if I had a 31, I wouldn't blame her. I'd be doing the same thing. Yeah, I got a 31, just don't bring Pandy. Oh, you scared, twin? Man, come on, man. I'm sitting there trying to save 9 million. What do you think? I ain't scared of her. I'm just smart. I bet with her, though. Shit. I be telling you, shoot, I ain't messing with that dog. I bet with her, though. I bet that I'd be trying to buy a house. I would scrape up everything to put on Pandy. You understand what I'm saying to y'all? I wouldn't give a damn how good y'all thought y'all had. That's what it takes. It takes somebody to have the competitiveness to try that shit. That's why Tornado got 10 matches and was able to be called a double grand champion. You had competitors that was competing to the point that they could believe they could get that bitch. Same with Queen. All the killing in the world still didn't stop her from winning 8. But 4 times. It didn't take her but 4 times to see this little killing bitch named Pandy, and everybody was competing. That means she showed the world something that Tornado didn't do, or Queen. Or Molly B. Molly went out there and got 8. Remember, she knocked off goddamn Apple. Pandy, we ain't giving that bitch but 4. In the hottest time of the dog game. And the hottest times of the dog game when everybody was being competed. Everybody was competing. Everybody. But she was a no touch, no go. That puts her on a higher standard than everything that I've ever seen out there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about the picks that the guys had. I just seen that there was something wrong when we're talking to a lot of bulldoggers out there that don't have the knowledge to make the chart legit. You know what I'm saying? You have to consider the kennels that's you're competing up against. These dogs wouldn't have been shit without the great kennels that was bringing them in. They probably could have went in any hand. Just so happened they came in with these great kennels, okay? And you cannot take that away from them. How are you going to take hardcore kennels? Sean and them, Bull Skull, you got all them up there, and you gather up all that bullshit, Ronnie Newman, you bring all that bullshit right along with the Mayday shit, right along with that miscellaneous deadlift shit. I'm talking about all Florida shit. Going grab some going hard shit with it too. Might as well throw them right on in there with Deep South and them Latin boys. And Stone City, how are y'all going to beat them guys? If there was a gather of all they dogs, I mean, yeah, we still dealing with Super Kennel. I mean, Colored Brothers. There's so many more. Slingshot. Man, look. How y'all gonna beat them dudes? How y'all gonna whoop Florida with all that? Y'all got to give up some hell of a lot of listens to even deal with that. You see what I'm saying? And you can't go downgrading the dogs. Get your point. Because it's done. How you gonna downgrade something that couldn't be beat on some for real shit? So this animated guessing game is just gonna make it like a joke for a dog fighter. You know what I'm saying? I would have piled all up in there and Florida. Let's see how many y'all can come up with. Michigan, how many can y'all come up with? Arkansas, don't get pushy and all tight draw, you know, because your numbers ain't running like them Florida numbers or those Ohio numbers or those West Virginia numbers or those Maryland numbers is going to be running. You know what I mean? Don't be getting all mad and shit, okay? Because y'all don't know them, but there's something, they out there. They out there. Shit, y'all can go over there and hang out on Time Gardner's Yard, North Carolina, and do your thing. When that time was in North Carolina, wasn't he? Yeah. Time would be a handful itself. Well, he was buying. He was buying them after they won. You know what I'm saying? You know, but if you was to take a look at what he produced, that he was putting out there for him to go back and buy. You see what I'm saying? He was going back out to buy dogs that he had already sold, and them guys that went out there and made great, and he gonna go back and get his shit and put it back on his yard, so he can continue on. But these are great kennels with great dogs.
Great example. He bought NASCAR back for $70,000 and no papers.
In 10 vials of sperm. You gotta give me the sperm too. I need 10 litters. No, I'm not giving you the papers. So all y'all with that NASCAR shit, y'all know y'all ain't got no papers. Yeah, y'all got Tom Gardner papers. Oh, right. He got it right. But this is what my point is. While we out here trying to beat these dogs, you know what I'm saying? We need to be out here trying to find these dogs and learn about these dogs before they disappear. And represent your state and what was in your circle. Because in your circles, guys, there were legends. In your circle, there were guys that know what it felt like to have a champion between their legs. They knew what it felt like to have a grand champion between their legs. And I'm going to tell you, man, it's a separation in the game to share that spot with people who don't know what it feels like. And I think that's what's messing up the dog game community. You know, the dog game community. See, the dog game community ain't the dog man community. You know, the dog man community is the people that we see on Facebook, the people that come to this show, you know, they don't fall under the same category. Because, you know, some are true dog fighters and then some are just dog owners. We just got them to breed and all that stuff. But then you got the dog game that consists of dog fighting. And that's how they want to be measured. They don't want to be measured as a dog man, because the dog man and the dog game is two different things. You can talk the dog game, but you know, you can't talk in the dog game. Talking the dog, you know what I'm saying, y'all? In the dog game, there's no talking, proving, letting go. So that's the dog game. Dog men can talk about dogs that they know, things that they learned, things like that. Maybe even rode a few dogs, but he's not the dog game. You need to learn them dog game guys, because there's the key to everything. I mean, we couldn't even put together a chart, guys, without the dog game. You know, it's the dog game. And then you got to look at the fast lane. Well, the fast lane is a part of the dog game. The fast lane is just what it is. the fast lane. Those are high, not high rollers, but high competitors. Money shouldn't be an issue to a real competitor. You know, y'all want to blame it on the dope money, but most of the time when you have big, large matches back then for that type of money, is because you had two kennels that had a bunch of damn money with two badass dogs that they was willing to gamble a bunch of money. If you had no more than $2,000 or $3,000, you can go get two or more of your partners, and we'll just put two up, and then we'll gamble the rest just for the competition, because you may have a great dog. And I know many great dogs out there, y'all, that they didn't put a bunch of money on, because everybody didn't have money. And money was not always the reason why you couldn't get a competitive match. I don't know. Most of the guys that I knew in the fast lane, they you know, it wasn't always about the money with them either. You know, you could have went into Abraham. If you had a dog, you could have went in there and hooked into him. You could have went into True Colors. You know, could have went into a lot of them. You know, the only ones that get let down in the end is, you know, when they go into people like people who's not really recognized. You know, that opens the door for people like those dog men. You know which ones I'm talking about. Talk about the dogs and try to make them something, you know, that they was far better than, just to make themselves feel like, you know what they're talking about. So it always brings that open thing open. To me, I always try to protect the thing that made the shit real. And that's the dog fight. Not just dog fighting. I'm talking about fast lane competitive dog fighting. You know, because that's really what it all boiled down to. You know, Noriega would have never met Ajax if it wasn't about competition. Gus would have never met Ajax if it wasn't about the competition. Fat Bill would have never met the dog that he met if it wasn't about the competition. They always are looking for the best to see if their stuff can match up to that shit. That's the only reason they do it. They are real, true dog fighters. And they have the competitiveness in them to be real dog fighters. Because that's what real dog fighters do. How they talk? Are they mad at me? They want me to go some more. You know, I didn't even get on BB. You know what I'm saying? But we need to know more about, you know, the dogs. We can't be grabbing nobody out of the now. You know, there's so much dry snitching out here. You know, you guys got to be a lot more careful about what we talk about out here and what we got. You got to watch about that what we got shit. Okay? Because we talking a historical note where it's safe at. You know, and if you got it, once you say this is what we had, you want everybody to know some shit, even if it's a now, at least put it out there as a had, not a half. You know what I'm saying? Because you give me something that good, what's gonna stop me from asking, well, is it doing anything? Is it worth a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Nice pay. You know what I mean? Things that happen, right? So my biggest thing tonight was really to get us really settled in. It's right. Get to doing your homework, because a lot of you guys don't know. There's guys out here who do know, you know, and a lot of help comes along with it. But then at the same time, you know, you got to ask yourself, with all that knowledge, you know, this is a dog fight thing here. You know what I mean? And I am a dog fighter, and I just like fucking with dog fighting. You know what I mean? Because we understand what it takes to do this shit. You know, they don't understand. Those who want to understand, then they have to be putting themselves in my position to get up every day, having to deal with, you know, working a dog, taking the dog out. You know what I'm saying? That time that you putting in, especially if you got a woman and a family in the house.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy in the house. What up, fam? Dog, me and TV J-Bo, I see you, fam.
What's up, big bro? J-Bo in the house, in Schoolboy, the family. All right, fam. Yeah, but you know, and that's where I like to be at. When we start playing dog fighting games, you know, let's keep it in the real game. I don't want that shit to be softened up like it's a joke or some shit. You know, get your homework and rep your shit. You know what I'm saying? Can't rep nothing if you don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? And there's shit to be repped. And let's talk about it. It's a dog fighting thing we're doing here. So, hey, not like we breaking the damn law by testing the waters, but let's make sure that we playing it the right way. You know, and it's a lot of lack of knowledge to play it the right way. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, ain't but so many people out here that I see out here in this world of podcasts that I can call legendary true dog men and know for a fact that they was dog fighting. All the rest of them, you know, I'm sorry. You know, you can pick up many books and you won't see them in there. But they good for the now because they can go out and put their dogs out there on the pictures and show their dogs off, and you know, like even Big Country, you know, he can sell his dogs and shit, and you don't have to worry about that dog fighting world, and they'd be real well worth the attention. But they ain't trying to do nothing illegal, so. But when you start talking about people like us and Schoolboy and Rasta Man and Mama and all, Fat Bill, we were dog fighters. True. Dog fighters. Fast lane dog fighters. Win or lose. It's a totally different feeling in a different category when you find yourself sharing that with people who have no idea what it is to be that. You know, and that's what makes the dog community kind of screwed up. You know, this is how it becomes a troll thing because that's the only thing that seems to be entertaining. Because it doesn't take much to realize when you don't know what you're talking about. When you got an experienced eye looking at it. So what other reason would they be sitting there to look for it? To laugh at it? To make a joke out of it? You know, some of them don't even know nothing, but just enough to, you know, to cause disruption. And that's what they get a kick out of. You know, you give them the attention, they're going to take advantage of it. But we're going to play some real dog fighting games. Come on, let's keep it real. You know, it's just no way you can match up great dogs to lose. There's no way. I mean, I'd go back to the state thing and be like, state to state, you know, matching up states. And then you got to remember, it's really hard to match up states when a lot of you guys don't know what's going on in your state because you was never part of the circuit of the fast lane. You really have to have seen somebody is in your state that you know is fast lane who can connect to exactly what we're saying. Remember, I got different dog men from all over the place. Why are they all over the place? Because in the fast lane, you will find people all over the place.
I want to represent it.
Yeah, me too.
Coming up with these damn lists, picking this shit, and ain't nobody mentioning the right people.
You ain't naming the right people.
Ain't naming the right dog. Hold
on. What is I talking about? Well, yeah, Millbuster and them. Yeah, Millbuster. He the one that produced Pandy. He the one that had Champion Homie. Yeah, man, these dudes is Maryland ain't nothing to be playing with. I'm telling you, I don't know which way hell on earth is, but I don't know whether he was Maryland. I know it was that. Then you start talking about B-more. You got, I mean, Maryland part of B-more, ain't it? Shit, Baltimore Ryan and all them boys over there in Baltimore.
Baltimore Salvo in the house. Tell him, Salvo.
Man, y'all supposed to be chalking up. Y'all supposed to be chunking up. All that bad stuff.
DVM didn't have shit. I was trying to tell him, man.
Man, DV coming through there, boy. Let me go pull up homie. Let me go find homie. No, Selena did lose, but she was still a bad bitch. But, you know, because she lost, you know, I wouldn't put her on no chart. I wouldn't put no loser on no chart. That's why I come straight in with them grand champions, them unbeatable champions, like Jigga. I'd have put my money on Jigga, too. Where was Jigga at? Jigga was New York, though. But, you know, he ended up, you know, in Wally, New York. Wally, Jigga, champion Wally. Shady Days, you can go through their shit. They have some killer shit. No, these is dogs that when these kennels had their shit, and y'all seen them in there winning. Remember, Shady Days, he you know, they the ones that knocked off Fat Bill with us So Evil. So again, these are real fast lane kennels that only competition brings those type of things together. See, that is the dog fighting community. Not the dog world community. Not the dog man community. That's the dog game community. The dog fighting community. That's what the dog game is, the dog fighting community. The dog game is just that. I call the dog world, dog man world, is this world out here. The world is not involved into the basement. You know, out here you can speak freely and be James Crenshaw. You know what I mean? But in the dog game, ain't too much of all that going on down there. Greatness is being going on.
Big shout out to the real CY, the ruler in the house. What up, fam? I see you.
Like, who was I supposed to be going for? Oh, Bill. Remember, Bill Buster now wasn't no joke either. I mean, when they had one, they had to kill it. That the master dude, whatever his name was, he was a beast. I can get him here. This dog right here was not nice either. Yeah. Look who he was. See what I'm saying? Straight killer though, y'all. But I be telling you, these hard biting killers, this kind of shit I be trying to tell y'all. But you notice they got what they got in common though. I just be wanting to point out those common people y'all see with these badass dogs. You know what I'm saying? Straight killers. Yeah, I see Word Kennels up in there. For y'all that didn't understand, you know, Word Kennels was the journal. After Jack sold it, that's who he sold it to, Word Kennels. We all know the guy's name. I don't like using his name. I just go under Word Kennels. He's still a true dog man. But he was a dog fighter. Yep. Champion Millbuster, homie. I liked it, homie. Yeah, when I was there, I saw homie. I saw this other dog too. Got what his name was at Champion Damascus. I'm gonna pull up Millbuster to see if I can find it. No, I don't know why they never bred homie into some old buck shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd have put me some buck on top of that shit right there. No telling what we would have got. 'Cause this right here is all I need. I know I got mouth down in here. Major. Because homie could bite. Homie was, he could bite. That dog right there, he was a bad little motherfucker and he could bite. Okay? I'm gonna see if I can find another one, y'all, for Maryland. See, there's so many of them in Maryland, though. You got to add Baltimore. You got to pull up Baltimore Ron and them. Them dogs, they had a list of champions, too, now. Forget about them Baltimore boys. Yes, he did. I was going to pull her up next. That's what I was working on. Exactly what I was going to pull up. See, who said that? Give him a shout out. He was reading my mind.
Big shout out to Marcus B coming in with the Middle Busters.
Candy.
Grand champion Cannonball Candy. Cause that's who he was actually feeling like you was reading his mind. Cause you right. That was another badass. Right out of Baltimore.
Another killer. There she go right there. Sporting Dog Journal cover. Yeah, y'all know what that shit is down at the bottom. You don't see all that paddling. Y'all see that shit? Fish could bite. I don't know how big she was, but I tell you one damn thing. The way she fought, I'd have said Molly B and Cannonball Candy. And y'all would have been like, woo! But y'all would have had to see how Cannonball Candy fought. For those who didn't even know her, they'd have been like, Molly would have smashed her. This bitch right here wasn't nothing to be played with, y'all. Go back in 95 and go look at her grand championship and look how many dogs she's mopped. That paddling shit. That old King Solomon. See that butt shit? You see what it lead to? You see him right there. So you know what this shit gonna be looking like right here. Same shit that's right here. You see what I'm saying? The only out is right here. Y'all see that, right? Twin, stop it. You're so quick with your shit. I want y'all to pay attention to what make great dogs. Because in every great dog, there's a formula. At least 98% of them. And then you ask yourself, why was she a killer? Let's go see why. Bam. He was everything a bulldog should be. Okay? A whole bloodline to him. Y'all look at his eyes bred. Damn, twin. Yeah, I said champion paddling. Yes, I did. And showed you why. We've seen all this shit before. And other great dogs. He ain't on no list. He ain't on no list. Anybody that owns some of this blood, you know what I'm talking about. He said, anybody messing with that blood, you know what I'm talking about. So, dude, don't we know what he's talking about? Don't we know what he's talking about? Yes, sir. We know what you're talking about. We can see what you're talking about, cuz. The only out is right here. That's it. And look where that's taking you. That's how you breed greatness. That's how you breed greatness. That's how you get great. That is another one, y'all. What was his name? Damascus? Wasn't he a champion too? Mill Buster? I'm trying to remember, y'all. Y'all know who I'm talking about? I need my Shark Tank to back me up. If I can spell it, I'll pull it. You got another one y'all to grab up on. See what I'm saying? Y'all see that shit? Everybody be talking about that nigga Reno and Bobby Hall bullshit. Evidently wasn't all that raggedy. But that the mask was a bad boy. I don't see nothing off of him here, but I'm trying to tell you, I know he was a bad dog. There's got to be another one. Mill Buster. Mm-hmm. So let me click on this Bobby Hall stuff down here. Really, rest in peace. Yeah, I just wanted to take y'all back there to show y'all what that shit was looking like down in there so y'all can understand. Yeah. See what they was working with back there, y'all? We seen this shit before. We seen this shit in other dogs back here. There's a lot of great dogs out here got all this shit in them. You know what I'm saying? Same with the, and if you notice, what we got down here, we got up here somewhere. Let's see where it takes it. Still playing in the same old shit. All that great shit there, just keeps, and they just keep taking that good shit, Matt, putting it up together. And when you're doing shit like that, sooner or later you're gonna hit the jackpot. That's just Mill Buster, y'all. Y'all didn't want to put Selena up there because she lost, but she was still a bad dog. You know, in the dog game, you run into those. You know, that's the whole thing about being in the competition. You know what I'm saying? She was going for number 5. Hell on earth. Now we all in his yard. You know, she wouldn't make the list, right? Picked up game against a champion. Going for a grand championship. Look who she lost to. Competition brings these kind of dogs together, y'all. That's why we don't never lose the respect of the war. Guys be losing that part right there. Y'all, guys don't give very much appreciation to this part right here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be so stuck on this right here. Competition brought them two together. Competition. They deserve the respect. So quick to holler she lost, but who she lose to? You gotta give that dog respect too. You know what I'm saying? But she won't make nobody's list when she should.
You're right, Eli Monster, another Carolina dog.
Another Carolina dog, that's right.
You know, she had a loss. Still a North Carolina dog. She was a bad bitch. She just ran into another bad bitch.
That's all. That's what happened. That's what happened when you run into that good shit.
Appreciate the disclaimer, my brother Jeremy Hunter. Appreciate that, fam.
Going down and hit some more Carolina shit. While we talking about Carolina, did y'all forget about Cyrus? Another 7-time winner? Unbeatable? Did he make anybody's list, Carolina? Check it out. Bam. For those who say he didn't produce a grand champion, look at that. What can we say about that pedigree? That's another one you can put up there on your list and say, well, Carolina got one that's got a joker. Just in case y'all forgot that one. That's a joker right there. How you gonna beat that? 7-time winner. How you gonna beat that? Nigga, that shit is bread. You gotta beat the bloodline and the dog and Carolina Kennels. Come on now. That's a shoe-in. That's a shoe-in. He should be sitting right up there with Molly B. Carolina. I'm just going through the motions to show y'all. We can keep on pulling them and filling them up. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. I'm showing you some shit. Did y'all forget about nothing nice? Did y'all forget about nothing nice? Huh? Another killer. Carolina, y'all hear me? So the next time we start talking about Carolina, we can keep hollering Molly B. Y'all had a whole bunch of shit down there. Look at the breedings, guys. Damn, they're the same way Yellow and them was bred, but looking going through a whole different concept of it. Say it ain't true. $38, $39. Tell you his work. Her work. Straight killer, y'all. You know she was biting hard. You know she was rough as hell. Why is he make grand champion? Well, I can tell you, you know, unforeseen fortunes were not nice, but they had it to do. They weren't worried about shit. Believe that. You see these dogs here and here. What he had to worry about? He's got this shit between his legs. Got this shit between his legs. All we need is a person to fill that corner. Oh, I'm not plugged in, Mike. Okay, I lit back up. Okay, get back to it. And see what I'm saying, people? See, a lot of guys don't know about these dogs to speak them up. And then when you do put them on out there on the floor to be judged, you don't know enough about the dog to judge them. But we would literally take this dog right here being a full-time winner and let's put ourselves that you handling this dog and this is your shit. How would you want her on that list? You see what I'm saying? No, she rough as hell. No, she biting like a motherfucker. No doubt she ain't biting. That dog is biting. But somebody said Carolina for the win. I'm telling you. Another great kennel with a badass female. You see? You see what they was doing? Mm-hmm. Y'all don't want me to slide down here, though. I go up in here to the Havana boys and be like, whoop, yep, there you go. He's headed somewhere else. Yeah. Because he's the grand champion. Look how he's bred.
Jersey, stand up.
And we can run a whole bunch of them. Havana champion Maggie, there's so many Havana boys in had. Hmm? Yeah. I'm talking about A-Card. Yeah, her. Can't be sleeping on that one. Y'all can take that one with you too. I seen her when she beat Stone City. She hit a bitch in the chest of her whole body started swelling up like her lung. Like she punctured her lung or something. That bitch right there could bite, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, boy, that bitch could bite. She slipped up in there and they had a good one too. They had a good one. It was a good match until she hit her in her chest. She never jumped on Annabelle's head.
Welcome to the show, my man, Mr. Timothy Fry. He said, don't forget about Millbuster's Russ.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can pull him up. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can pull him up. putting him up. He ain't a champion, though. We got any offspring? Bloodstone. I remember Bloodstone. Yeah. Yeah, siblings. Mm-hmm. Trials champion hyena was legitimate. That's the one you should have been pulling up right there, baby boy. That's the one you should have been. We should have been pulling her that one up. Opay Paul's old hyena. That's the Carolina right there. Y'all making termite lovers proud. Carolina, y'all better stand on that, throw that shit out there and let them know these killers is right here. How you supposed to beat these kind of dogs? Knowing they bite. These is killers here. Their pedigree speaks for their titles. Y'all know what I'm saying? Y'all just add more stuff to the pot. More stuff to the pot. And then when you put them up there, how y'all gonna let them dogs loose? Okay? You got all them Carolina killers over there. That's like saying y'all had all them down Michigan killers. You know what I'm saying? All them Jersey killers. All them, West Virginia killers. How are these dogs supposed to lose, y'all? How y'all gonna mess these dogs up to lose? You see what I'm saying, though? Even in the imaginary world, it don't make sense. Come on now. We can go state by state and make a list of all these badass dogs y'all had in y'all circle. These dogs was not getting whooped. You see their records are not getting whooped. And these is not bullshit dogs that we talking about. Not one. Have we seen one fucked up pedigree like Mike said? You're not going to see it. Great dogs, this is what they do. Y'all boys wasn't sleeping on this one, was y'all? Y'all wasn't sleeping on him. I ain't hear nobody say his name. Look at there. The hell? Yeah. Ain't nobody called this one. Jersey. Strictly business. Look at that. Nobody called that one. That's New York dog there. We don't even want to start diving all in New York and shit. Black bumpers. Oh, Lord. We don't even want to start running all up in this shit here, do we? Huh? Huh? Then y'all be talking about up Jersey then did it. They then took over. You know what I'm saying? Because we can run a bunch of grand champions coming out of Jersey. It's just, how do you rank up this kind of shit, y'all? How do you have these dogs lose? We throw an handicap on him. This dog probably would have killed handicap. How do you know he couldn't? He got buck and boils. We already know how that shit worked. He was one of the early ones. Grand champion. That shit right there should make a Bulls man proud. If I'm gonna be snagging shit, I'm snagging shit like that. Throwing that shit on my list. Rochester is New York. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rochester has some shit up there too, y'all. Shit, let me see if I can find one that y'all gonna be tripping out on. I'm gonna show y'all one right out of Rochester. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all one. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I could swear somebody sent me that dog's pedigree just the other day. Matter of fact, it has something to do with Pittman too. Willie Pittman, dog champion ninja. He was bred, damn. Remember, he didn't want to be catfish, Mike. Pittman. Am I spelling ninja right? You know, I took a shot at it. Maybe we might find it somewhere else. But I thought I seen somebody send me a pedigree about that, and I thought he sent me a pedigree with Willie Pittman on it. Matter of fact, it wasn't even under. It was not even under Willie Pittman. It was under somebody else because it said this dog was owned by Willie Pittman. So while I was looking for him, I did pull this ninja up. That's champion ninja right there. Wherever Benny is, he can add that to the list. Y'all know Benny was the right Benny. messing with that stuff right there. Look at that shit. When you got dogs that's being bred like that, fellas, you're supposed to get the results that we're seeing in these pedigrees that we're pulling up of champions. Great dogs. We're still pulling up great pedigrees. And imagine just imagine if we started going down those lists of great dogs that we still got to add to the list. You know what I'm saying? Like Bozak, Champion Sugar. You know what I'm saying? And then you got those dogs, Champion Milo. You know what I'm saying? Just more on top of more and more and more dogs. I mean, and these are dogs, y'all, that when we talking about in the dog fighting world, these dogs won their matches in the fast lane. These dogs that we pulling up, these was fast lane dogs, fellas. You know, we haven't jumped into the lactite shit, Champion Caveman, and none of those dogs. You know, Judy Jones. You know, these are dogs that we can go up there in Ohio and start pulling up lactite dogs, or start pulling up blood sport dogs. You know what I'm saying? Or down and dirty dogs, Dodge City dogs. These are the kind of dogs that was up in just the Cleveland area that you had your hands full. Just added to the pot there what you gonna pull up in Columbus. You know what I'm saying? What you gonna pull up in the Natty? What you gonna pull up in the Doe? The Toledo wasn't no joke either. You know, when y'all start grabbing up dogs and start putting these dogs on a piece of paper and start talking about judging these dogs, y'all have to know the individual dogs you're talking about, because logically speaking, how you supposed to whoop this shit? You know, you gather up all you can in just the states alone, and you will realize how many great dogs that was out there that you'd be literally taken away that makes the list kind of bogus. Because you would have to be taken away from dogs that just cannot lose in the normal world. So how can that be fun watching them lose? You know what I'm saying? Or you know, or based on what emotion are you gonna make this judgment on? So the show ain't making it on no actual judgment of any type of possibility, because if it's gonna be banking on possibility, then we take on the information that we have. This dog's not supposed to lose because of who the hell we put on it. You know what I'm saying? It makes a good list to charge up on, but even with two great dogs, it's how do you make one of them lose? Where it looks like it, you know, it's supposed to make sense. Okay, he goes to the next round, but shit, I'm still stuck over here in the first round. How you gonna have this motherfucker beating him? How y'all gonna be picking that? Y'all must don't know this shit, because that's exactly what I would be saying. That was exactly what I would be saying to y'all. How y'all gonna have these dogs losing when, real world, you couldn't get them losing? But twins, it's a hypothetical thing. Even hypothetically thinking, you got to use some type of formula that comes to the conclusion of the hypothetical thought you're having. And hypothetically, even in your hypothetical thought, this damn dog ain't supposed to lose. Neither one of them. The only way we can put that together is you put them together. And that is the only way. Even when you try to fake it up in your head, if both dogs in the children's career are not losing and we putting them together, and nothing we can do psychologically that's got anything to relate it to the actual fact of the dog fighting game. And we bringing in the information and the data that we got based on the dog fighting game, we gonna come up with a big ass question mark, because ain't neither one of these dogs have a right to lose unless you literally putting them really down. Because the numbers in themselves is gonna get you this question mark. because you won't know the answer because that's not how the answer is given. It's given by going in that box. So without it, how are we going to do that? Pretend? What are we pretending to be watching? To come up with a conclusion. Go back to state and concentrate on your dogs and see what you're putting out there, and so you can realize how powerful you guys really are with the lack of knowledge you have. Yeah, we can get in one person's circle and talk about all they great shit. But when you step in this other circle over here, you know what I'm saying? You don't take nothing away from the circle we were talking about all they shit. And we can't compare that circle to this circle. Because these two circles never came together to make a hypothetical thought about anything. Or just because they're from here, you know, they have to be better than these dogs over there. Even though we both got great dogs, you gotta remember how these dogs became great, how these dogs won their championships. I remember the last time I remember, you have to get inside a wall and be across from another dog. And that's the only way you get the answers that you're looking for. Even when we want to play for fun, we still got to put them in the box. If I'm getting in the box with somebody I know ain't got no business losing, then I ain't got no business losing tonight. Hypothetically speaking. Damn it. I'm not taking no losses with none of my shit. Not when it didn't lose out here in the real world. Why am I gonna start losing on paper? Just keeping it real with you. And through lack of knowledge and not understanding even the dogs that you're putting on there, how you gonna grade them? Fellas?
Well, that was my point as far as they don't have enough information just based on what I was watching, because you're going to see who got the better dogs when you're dealing with state to state. Break out the dogs that's in your state and represent the amount of dogs coming out of your state. And if that list happen to be long, then make it long. Because you come down fucking with Ohio and Florida, that list gonna be longer than a motherfucker. So you better know what the fuck you got when you go producing the goddamn list.
Oh, yeah, the list is gonna be Ohio and Michigan too. Yeah, they're gonna have dogs like Standing Man and all that shit on that shit. Ram, I mean, what are y'all gonna do with that Joey? What are you gonna do with that True Colors Dolomite? What is y'all gonna do with those kind of lists?
You can't stand up to that list.
Y'all got the share Queen. Because Queen part Florida, y'all. They can put Queen on both Florida and Michigan. Yeah. She won 3 in Florida.
Right. 5.
So it's like, I don't know, y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all on that one. You know what I'm saying? When you start digging up your own backyard, you see how competitive the area you was in is because when you start talking about the game, we're talking about dog fighting. You know what I'm saying? And we need to start understanding our pit bull community. I don't know what community y'all want to be in, but I want to be in the committee with the community of dog fighters. You know what I'm saying? I can't be in a community that's full of nothing but breeders because they would never understand my world of dog fighting. I can understand their world of breeding because sometimes we have to breed to create our own shit to fight. But when it comes to dog fighting, we cannot share the same community if they're not relating to my dog fighting. Knowing that it's my dog fighting is making your breeding what it is. If it was worth it, I can win with it. Then it's going to be worth it. Then we're going to hear about you too. Well, Tommy bred that shit twin in them using. Yeah, they don't want 5 straight with Tommy shit. Then everybody's going to be looking for Tommy to get some shit.
And shout out to my man, again, Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, because we ain't even got out there on the West Coast dealing with OTK, Smith and Walton, Rod, Fred Williams, the Irish Kid, Tito and the Local Boys, Cat and Company, the LA Dream Team, TVK, Scratch and Stitch, Vinny. I mean, come on, man.
VBK.
I mean, VBK, hey, we ain't even started out your way, schoolboy, but we can't. We got your books, baby.
We got your book, schoolboy. We can always go, you know, you remember y'all in the book. We can pick up and read about y'all. You know what I'm saying? We can get all the information we want when we talk about them. Yeah. Y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? How do y'all challenge that when it's right there for you to observe? I'm gonna take a quick trip out there where he at. Look at this one. Yeah. BBK is champion Blackie. I'm gonna play in they shit for a second to show you that they was doing nothing but matching dogs. You see that shit? Oh, bleeder. Let's take a look at bleeder side breed. Let's go. He won a champion in a long game contest over a two-time winner that was 3 hours and 40 minutes. Proving y'all that this shit is game too. You see Fat Bill's name down in there again. You see that shit? You gonna see Fat Bill's name in a lot of shit, y'all. I see him in our shit. We got champion with Fat Bill in it. But y'all see what I'm seeing, right? How you supposed to beat that? Knowing that information that we got, how he supposed to lose? When you look at his pedigree, how you supposed to beat that? Another great pedigree. But I can show you this. Sibling. There you go. And that's Black Dragons. That's Black Dragons, Miss Rennie. So they got another picture of her in here. But I got a picture of her. I had that picture for years and it showed up on the internet. The same one. Yeah, that's her. You might have a picture of her. Yeah. Yeah, that's her. There she go. Look, see, Black Dragon bought the dog from James Edwards. Probably gave James Edwards $50, y'all. Yeah, that's my keep on that dog, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. Yes, sir. That one right there. You heard him speak about it in the show when I had him on the show. Yeah, she went out there and whooped town right left in 32 minutes with the quickness. That devastating mouth she had. Yeah. Me and my boy right there. Okay? Look how she bred. Don't sleep on her. Don't want to sleep on her. How y'all gonna whoop shit like this? 1-4 in Durham, North Carolina. That's another Carolina dog right there. Tell you it's another Carolina dog. Yeah, I heard him talking about him. Yeah, that's Tate to Miss Rennie. Yeah, I was on this yard many times with them dogs on that boy yard for a long time. Both of them. How y'all supposed to beat that? Knowing the kennel we from, knowing that dog is a producer, knowing he's one in the box, he's a box dog. And he's a 48-pound dog, big boy. Y'all piling up Carolina shit, y'all gonna be fussing. Carolina gonna have more dogs than Ohio. You might. You sure might. Another great dog. Look how they bred. Snooty and Red Boy. Cross with the Chinaman shit. Y'all don't know how old these dogs was. You know how long ago these dogs was around? When I was in Carolina, I was down there in Carolina before I moved back to Ohio, and that was in '86. I was looking at Rennie and Tate every day I went over his house. This one, Rennie wasn't even a one-time winner. And Tate wasn't no bad dog either. He should make the Red Boy dogs proud. Looking like Snooty. He fought better than Snooty too. Wonder why? Because that Red Boy shit in him. Looking like Snooty, but fought better than Snooty. If they'd have put this dog right here in his younger years on the dog to be Snooty, he'd have wiped all their ass out, including his daddy, including his grandpa, wherever he is on his pedigree. The Tate wasn't no joke. Tate for a Red Boy dog and a Snooty dog had good mouth. And he was aggressive. You see his 3 champions right there? I see 1, 2. Yeah, one there. Oh, buddy. This is, I seen Fat Bills in there too. Yeah, look at old buddy. Full-time winner. Just wanted to show y'all the backsides of the mama. Just wanted to point that out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? You say what now, Mike? Yeah, they gotta put her up. This is for you, big bro. They can't forget her. They can't forget this killer. How you could forget her? California? That's like having Mayman Pandy on the yard. Straight destroyer. Can't forget about her, California. On top of all that other shit that BBK had, all them other great dogs that they had, y'all got a whole damn list. You know what I'm saying? Sure can't forget about her. I bought that one out for Ram. Because he was talking about that BBK stuff. Yeah, they match dogs. Anybody got any questions? Anybody got any comments? But yeah, man. My point was really is when we go to judging the dogs, man, it's really hard to judge true winning match dogs in some hypothetical world without taking something away from the true essence of what that dog really is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for a real dog fighter who's trying to make sense of it, it's kind of being like, it's like at some point, would it be fun to sit there and try to match up dogs and base the wins on what? What type of comparison are we comparing? You know, the fact that they never lost, so why should we start losing on paper? It just don't match up. You know what I'm saying? Kind of takes away from the dogs and what was true about them, where, you know how people think. Next thing you know, they be trying to downgrade something that over some shit that, come on now, for real. Because she would have smashed that dog. Then Monty B would have killed that shit. Well, Monty B probably could have, but how do we know? Because in my world, you know, the way we found out is we put them on shit. Big brother called him. Hey, what's up, big bro? Yeah, I hope you. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Bro got a comment. He got to step in and say some shit. Y'all already know when the professor called in. Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro.
I'm here.
Yeah, we got you, big bro. We can hear you. Hey,
Okay.
y'all, this big bro, schoolboy, I'm bringing him in. Big brother, you know the professor. You know when he called in, you better sit back, like I'm getting ready to do. Go ahead, big bro.
Salute to the twins, salute to the chat. It's a great topic, you know, and you're having a great show. I agree with everything you said, but, you know, I've been thinking about this because it's been brought up, and, you know, it's all hypothetical, it's all in the past. Guys, there's great dogs, you know, everywhere. So in my mind, you know, I'm thinking back to the past.
Hold on, big
Great
bro.
dogs like that.
Okay, you back.
Well, I'm there.
Yeah, you back.
Okay. You know, if I had to compete against, you know, great dogs in the past or these top dog guys and all that from all over, you know, what would how would you do that? You know, and it ain't never gonna happen. But and I have several dogs I could mention. But my thing would be, you know, it's how do you prep for that? You know, you got to have the dog first. You got to have the conditioning. You got to be able.
Hold on, big bro. Hold on.
Hold on, bro. Are you there, bro?
Hold on.
Hold on, bro. Let me get another cord here. I don't like this cord. Hold on, big bro. Hold on 1 second. I'll talk while he got to go get a plug in. Hold on, big bro. Hey, y'all. Schoolboy fitting to fill us in. I kind of see where he going, and basically, it's almost what we was talking about. What I was trying to tell y'all earlier. Knowledge is the key to make the right decisions. Sometimes to make these things work, you got to be like, even in sports, we get to whether people hate it or not. Analytics. I can't even believe I'm fucking up with a word. But the analytics came into sports, and everybody started jumping on that because generally that's how they setting the betting thing up. They taking all the stats, throwing them together, and then boom, 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 and then they building it off of that. So let me get this cord plugged in because Schoolboy is going to try to help us with this situation. He's on the right track. And I just want y'all to just ride out because, the professor have always had a better way of explaining shit that we be trying to explain. So let me see if I got your back, Professor. There you go.
You're doing great, man. You're doing great. Yeah.
Okay, we're ready, bro.
All right. So like I was saying, and like you mentioned, analytics, and for me, I look at, because no matter how great any dog is, they all have flaws. And it's people's opinion when you see them go, what you like, what you don't like, what you see, what might could whip them. Some dogs are unbeatable, like you guys said, and they proved that. But, in my mind, I go back to in the past, well, how did we do it? Or how did I do it? Or my protege or anything like that. And a lot of it is how you prep, how you condition, all that true, right? But you got to have the right dog. So the dogs I would mention, whether it's a one-time winner or a multiple winner, they got to have heart. They got to have finish. Some of them would be cannibals. Excuse my French. They have to be able to travel in any weather, any altitude. I'm talking dogs that went from 180-foot elevation to over 12,000 feet, and it didn't bother them at all. And you got to have the right dog for that. So the dogs I would mention would do that. Whether it's a one-time winner, like I said, or a multiple winner, or a no-time winner, champion beaters, grand champion beaters. That's how I looked at it. I can't say who would have won. And the dogs I picked, maybe me and my team, we go out there, we get smashed every time. But I'd be confident that they could win under whatever circumstances were put in front of them. And the people that would be on my team would have dogs that was able to do that. From whatever weight you want to pick, from big weight like Mayday down to 30-pound male or female, And that's kind of what I've been going through the last couple of days because this is in different chat rooms and all that. I think it's great. But people, a lot of times you concentrate on the dog, whatever dog you're mentioning, rather than thinking, what does it take? How would you beat grand champion Queen of Hearts? Maybe you can't, like you said, they unbeatable. But if you was up against that, what would you have to bring to beat her? Maybe you got nothing. Maybe you can't. Maybe maybe it's impossible to do. But like I said, without disrespecting anybody, every dog has a flaw. So a lot of these dogs that are mentioned, they got high marks on certain things, a little bit lower. It might be a killer, but he might be slow and dumb. It might be smart and fast, but don't have enough mouth. It may be a stifle dog, but you put a nose dog on him, like that stuff that's been talked about back and forth. Now, they could very well have went against dogs like that and beat dogs like that, and that's what makes them great. That no matter what was put in front of them, they whooped them. But on my list, I got some like that too. Like I said, big champion, first time up, 8 grand champion, 7-time winner, fought on 2 continents, not 2 states, not 2 countries, 2 freaking continents. So a bitch like that, anybody could take her, and you're gonna win with her. And people ain't heard of her. Her name Clarice, badass bitch, man. Or you take Poita, little, she's BB Red size. That's what I was thinking. I'll give BB Red. She was a killer. Well, so was Poita. First time up, she beat a champion in 9 minutes. Broke her jaw. Done. Over. And there's, I'm not saying they could whoop anything, but what I'm saying, when it push come to shove and they have to travel or go into what was considered a top dog, they come out on top. So that's how I kind of looked at it. What are you bringing? What's your preparation? What flaw does your opponent have? And who's doing the dog? Who's traveling with the dog? Because that could make a difference. They're talking about all these states coming together. Well, if me and my friend had against Texas, I'd be backing him with whatever dog he used, because he'd been to Texas 6 times and never lost. That's taking nothing away from Texas. They got badass dogs. Even BB Red and Banjo and Ajax and all them. Killing dogs, just like you say. But that's how you got to think of it, in my mind anyway. How do I whoop these dogs, man?
But even based on what you were saying about the analytics, the guys to make these kind of decisions, they have to do their homework and be willing to stand on it and be able to do what you did, is be able to bring the analytics to the table and talk about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's what they do. That's what we do. Even in later years, after I've met people and seen this and that, whether it's Danny Burton or PL, whoever it is, that's how we talk. How did you beat that dog? What did you use? You got to have the right dog first. And a lot of times you don't know what you're going into. So that was kind of in my mind too. I don't know what's in front of me. 5-time winner, 4-time winner, champion, best of show, all these dogs. You don't know sometimes. Sometimes you do. But a lot of times just whatever's there. And then you find out, even when I lost, one of my early matches when I lost, the guy come up in my ear and he goes, Richard, she's a 4-time winner. I told him, I don't care. I came here to fight, man. Didn't matter. I lost, but if I had won, I'd have beat a 3-time winner. I lost to her, so she won 4. So that's the kind of attitude I've always had. I don't care what they bring. Whatever it is, as long as they make weight, and we're going to do it, and that's it. And I've beaten champion, 4-time winner, 5-time winner, like that. And I didn't have a lot of dogs, so I ain't like a lot of these guys. They got tons of dogs here and there. I basically had 10 dogs all the time, grown dogs. And that's what I work with. Same dogs. Same ones I talk about. That's why I talk about the same ones. Because over years and years, that's what I had. But I didn't think, I'm worried about this or worried about that. And, that's kind of the attitude, in my opinion, that you have to have. You got to be ready for anything, man. Whatever comes up. So that's kind of how I put it together. That's why it kind of sounded insulting, because I'm not that way, when I was on another show. And I said, just pick a weight. Don't matter. Pick a weight. Tell me what it is, and I'll name a dog that's that weight that I think could beat whatever you put in front of it or him.
Yeah, but see,
you have to.
You're talking to
that's the way you got to think.
Yeah, but you're talking to the professor. How is that going to be? How are you going to win? analytically, they're not going to be prepared to stand up with what you bringing. What can they say, bro?
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of it, you know, we talk about it too. And I love killers too, and I have some, and I have some cannibals. And I've seen like that, but you got to have dogs that are able to take it. They can figure out stuff in a tight spot. It can get themselves out and dominate and do what they want to do while not letting their opponent do what they want to do. So that's what you got to think of. And the travel is most, you know, that's one of the hottest topics. How do you travel with the dog? Well, you got to do it over and over. You figure it out, and then you're consistent with it. So that's what I said, you know, when I wrote down in the chat 3,000 miles, because that's what the dogs I'm talking about have done. You know, 1,500, 2,000 miles consistently, over and over and over again.
And that
and in different weather. Didn't matter if there was 4 feet of snow. Didn't matter if it was hot, humid in Louisiana or Texas. They could win.
You see, and that goes back to another analytic situation. It all depends on who bringing the dog.
Right. Exactly. Because you know as well as I used one dog that I shouldn't have traveled with. I shouldn't have. And not that he wasn't a good dog. It's just that I got there a day early. It was only 6 hours. And I should have just went like I normally do the same day because he would not relax the whole night. He thought when we got there, it was go time. So he stayed up all night. He wouldn't even sit down in his crate. He stood the whole night. So, you know, what did that take out of him? You know? So that's what I mean. You got to have the right dog that you can travel with. That he's going to, when it's time to kick back, he kicks back. You don't fuck with him too much. Leave him alone. Take him out to piss. That's it. Don't be walking them out and losing their peak and doing all this and that and showing everybody like people do.
Yeah.
That you know, there's a lot to it. But like I said, once you get where you know what you're doing, it's not that hard. You just got to make sure you follow the program and do things the way you know you're supposed to do it, and you'll be okay. And even like I said, that high altitude never bothered the dogs I've seen. You know, it went all that way. Well, how do you do that? There's a way to do it. But you got to have the right dog, right condition, right conditioner. You know. So yeah, I would steal Mr. Gray, Lionhead. I use it. You know what I mean? I'd borrow him, even though he's not from California. But even if it was just California, you know, it'd just be me and OTK, man. You know, not bragging, but we could talk shit a little bit because it's all hypothetical. Ain't never gonna happen. So I can throw, you know, get off color a little bit and talk some shit. But honestly, that's how I would do it. That's the way my mind is. Gotta have the right dog, man. Gotta have him in shape. Gotta know how to travel. You gotta have a finisher. You gotta have brain. You gotta have speed and strength, and be ready for whatever's in front of you. You know.
That's right. Well, that's one of the reasons why you come on and explain what we've been trying to say all night. There's a whole lot to doing this when you're trying to be fair when you're dealing with a bracket, right?
Right. There's a lot to it. So, you know, that's where that, you know, you got to think. And it's not like you're overthinking or you're panicked or nervous or anything. It's just that, okay, this is what I got to do. I got to make sure I got this covered, that covered, whatever happens. Maybe they're going to run you around, drive you around like they do. You know, they've had that happen. Go here and there. Okay. Got to have a dog be able to do that. Just kick back. When we get there, we get there. When it's time to go, he's ready to go. No matter what happens in between now and then. So, you know, because they know that can affect your dog. So they would do that to you. It didn't matter to me. I don't care. Drive me around. I don't care. As long as we get there on time, all I got to do is empty out, or I already emptied out. Don't matter. I'm good to go. So, you know, can't do that with every dog. You know, and I've seen experienced dogs, you know, winners, even champions, that had to go someplace they wasn't familiar with, or different this or different that, get in there and freak out. Don't even start. Like, what the hell happened, man? The dog was not prepared, or that's not the dog you should have traveled with. And you got to figure all that beforehand, you know? There's a lot to it, man. You know, but like you said, you got to analyze everything. You know, what happens if you get hurt? Well, this one knows what to do when he's hurt. Kill your ass. Just piss him off. That's all you did was make him mad.
Yeah.
You know, like that.
I don't think they
You can breed
understand.
dogs like that.
I don't think they understand unless they've seen it, literally seen it happen. I don't really think they understand when you say when you hurt a dog and you make him mad. They kick into another gear. That shit is really, it does happen.
Yeah, pisses them off, you know, because some dogs, you know, they'll go through the mud, they're doing what they're doing, this and that. But you step it up, now you piss them off. Now you made them think, I better do something about this motherfucker, he's going to hurt me. And that's the way they think. In my mind, that's the way they think. And then they put it to you, and then you go, whoa, what the hell happened, man? He just turned into a killer. Yeah, because he got hurt. He didn't like it, you know. So there's a lot of different things to it, you know. But you got to have, you know, and I'm speaking of the past, you got to have dogs like that. You got to have a breeding program like that, or know somebody that has dogs like that you can get. Some of the dogs that I would mention, you know, they were handled by 3, 4 different people. They travel here and there, send them over here. Just like you speak about Zebo. North Carolina, went up to Ohio, back down to Kentucky. You know, same thing with Art. Texas, went to Ohio. You know, a lot of them like that. And then a lot of the guys in California, and it may be because, you know, you really want to test yourself, but a lot of them traveled all the way down south or all the way back east, you know, before my time and during my time. You know, Steve Hendricks, Pineapple Kid, OTK, Kid on the Local Boys, Mexican Dan, you know, Lou Johnston, Ken Tribe. They going 2,000-3,000 miles. Some of these dudes get in the car, they drive to Louisiana, go kick ass and drive home. Back in the day before you could fly a dog. And there's reports of that, and there's, you know, it's documented. So they had to know what they were doing, you know. Take you a week to drive or whatever it takes to go to Louisiana, you know. So you know, you gotta analyze all that. You gotta think about all that. You gotta have the right dog. Like I said, I seen it go south too. And they travel that distance, and the dog don't even start. Come on, man, something wrong, you know.
Yeah, it happened to me. When I went to Puerto Rico and the Tommy Boy, that's what happened to me.
Yep. And sometimes, you know, you don't know till you get there. It's just like someone you maybe your friend. You don't know he's really your enemy. It takes time to find out. But they'll expose themselves sooner or later. You'll find out.
Oh yeah.
Don't feel guilty about it. You know, take it as a learning lesson. That's the only way to find out is let people show themselves. So it's the same thing with the dog. You don't really know, you know, you know your blood, you know your dogs, you know how they behave and their manners and all that. So you got a pretty good idea of it. You know, I can travel with this one, I can't travel with that one. I can do this one, that one. So that's why I like hard work, good working dogs. Nothing bothers them. No matter what you're doing, they're going to do their work. You know, someone that's timid or shy or something, you can't do this, and you don't like loud noises and shit. That's not the dog you travel with. You can win at home all day long, but you know you go down the road, he might not even perform for you because he freaked out. You know? So,
them the ones when you handle them, they pee. Every time you touch them, they piss.
Yeah, man. And you're going, whoa, what the heck? What the hell happened? You know.
Tell all up in his ass, all that, because he's in a new spot. You'd be like, oh hell.
Oh man, come on.
Oh man, tell me
not
this
only
one.
that, you gotta think about, well, where I'm walking, he's gonna pick something up. You gotta go over the ground, walk it, and only take the dog there. Mr. Gray talks about he don't even walk his dog out. He picks him up, takes him out to the tree or bush, whatever it is, piss and shit, put him back up. He don't want him to lose 1 ounce of pee. He don't want him to bite something, get a hold of something, step on something, nothing. So, you know, those are things I learned even from him, you know, and it makes sense. Some person might say, oh, I want to let them get out and walk around and, you know, get their legs. No, yeah, they're good. Don't do that because they might step on something. They might pick up something, eat it, and it upset their stomach. you start bringing them dogs out, you know, and that's one thing I didn't do. I've never done that because I understood it. You start taking them out, walking them out, this and that. You killing your peak. Every time you take them out, they're ready to go. And they're ready to go. And they amp up. And then you put them up and they do it again. All through the fucking day. What are you doing that for? If you ain't making weight, then you ain't making weight. You heard about it too. People walk. I'd walk my dog 2-3 hours to make weight. Fuck that. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. I'm going to come in on weight or I'm going to be overweight. We're going to do it or we ain't going to do it. I ain't taking that out of my dog. It don't make no sense to me, you know? So there's a lot to it. It's a great show. And even, you know, J-Bo did his thing. I put some comments in there. You know, it's just something to think about. Don't mean shit except to us, you know?
Yeah, see, I'm with J-Bo. See, I like the whole idea. What I didn't like was there were certain states that was having the dogs, and we know they had the dogs, right? But they wasn't mentioning the dogs, so you canceling out the state. And then when you're going to matching up shit, people didn't know enough about the dogs to be having the right type of matchup. You can't just pick a dog because you know the dog. Because hell, we could go around and say a lot of shit when it comes to matching up shit, but it's like somebody trying to talk to you about a dog. You matching up against Molly B. Tell me you couldn't find a dog that you would match up with Molly B. You.
I got one.
I know you got one. I know damn well you got one. But who?
Okay. Yeah.
Tell me, or anybody
you're right. You're right, Glenn. You're right, because, you know, you know, understand it's opinion. But if you don't have all the information and you don't have a big panel to have input, how can you say?
That's what
you say, you know, like that, because there's a lot of, some states were not represented. It's not no knock on J-Bo or any.
No. I'm not.
Some states, some dogs were not represented. And they're, and like you guys have said, and a lot of people say, that, you know, it's known. There's a lot of dogs people ain't heard of. The Satan dog that I talk about, he was a 7-time winner all over the South and conditioned handled by 3 different guys, top guys. Nobody ever heard of him. He's a Daibo bred dog, but, you know, things like that. Or Champion Brutus, you know, went from Oklahoma to Louisiana, all over, beat top guys. Freebie, same thing. Champion Buck, you know, there's a ton of them. So, you know, unless you've seen them or you heard of them, it's just speculation or you know, every state, if there's a representative, they think they're going to smash. Just like I said about California, I don't care. Bring whatever you want, whatever weight, don't matter. California's going to whip you off. You know, that's part of the, you know, I could say that because it's hypothetical, you know, and I don't usually talk shit. But I would be confident that the dogs I picked could do everything I said. They top dogs, they could travel, they got finish, they got heart, they got smarts, they'll go do whatever they need to do to win. So, in my mind, they have a good chance of beating anything that's put in front of them because that's what they did in their careers back in the day. That's what they did.
Well, man, look, that conversation that you have right there, now that's like, I can see you and Mo going at it because you're going to come in with what you know. Mo going to come in. Mo going to talk about the dogs that the dog beat. You're going to come in saying, well, the dog did this, and this style. Like, so y'all, that's a good debate. And then you putting that out in front of letting the people decide based on your debate, right?
There you go.
Now,
there you go.
To me,
and
that's what you need.
Like this. If it was me and Mo, we'd bang heads. Whoever went, if he won or if I won, whoever it was, we're going to do it again. We're going to find out. It ain't just one and done. In the tournament, maybe it's one and done. But we're going to, you know, he's going to bring his best. I'm going to bring my best. And then we're going to see. And we can talk about why do I think I'm going to win. He's going to talk about why does he think he's going to win. What has he got? What is he using? Bloodline don't matter. Pedigree, all that shit don't matter when it comes down to that. That's why we talk the way we do about that. It's the dog.
Right.
What dog are you bringing? You know? And yeah, pedigrees matter. Yeah, how they bred and where they come from. Just like them peds you put up. You show a great dog. Well, most of them, if you go through the ped, you got champion here, grand champion there, CORROM. Producers, litter mates, winners, litter mates, champions, like that. That's how you use top dogs. That's the ones you picking and choosing. They got a history of competition, and they have litter mates, parents, grandparents, great grandparents, the same.
See, y'all, see, and that's what I was trying to get across, basically based on the show, is you got to know the history to have to make this really work. You can't let these things go by, especially when you're talking about representing the state, and ain't nobody got nothing to stand on when you're trying to do these matchups. I think they should be more informed, bring them to the table, and then represent your hound. And let the committee decide at that point, because the committee should be the people.
Right. Well,
Based on the
maybe
argument.
something there. Maybe that's what this will lead into.
Right.
And we can get more information. You know, I think it's a great thing. I don't see a downside.
I don't see a downside either. I think it's great what he's doing. I just think the participants need to be more informed and do their homework and make it really into something by standing on what they're saying.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Nope. I wholeheartedly agree. That's the only way to do it.
Right. Don't change nothing.
You can take a dog that you read about or something, you know, but you know, that's one person's point of view, whoever wrote it.
Right.
You know, I do research all the time. Stuff I forget or video, whatever it is. And then I find out, you know, I get more information. You know, somebody, I forget who it was, they mentioned that Chewy bitch. She's from Tom Ratliff, 9-time winner. She won out there, whatever she won. You come out here and beat champion Reggie, easy. Like it wasn't nothing. So to me, she's a bad bitch. Ain't nobody ever heard of her. But I don't care who you fight. If you travel like that, back and forth like that, and you go into good dogs, and you can win 9, you up there with Tornado and you know, whatever grand champion Samson and shit, you know? Why not? She figured out a way to win, man. And Reggie wasn't no punk. He was a solid dog, but she got beat. It didn't take too long. So Chewy, to me, is a badass bitch. How you gonna beat her? I try and figure a way. I try and bring the right dog. But that don't mean I'm gonna fucking whip her ass. She's hot, you know? So yeah, I agree. Gotta have that information. You can't just be, oh, I'm gonna pick, you know, Zebo, I'm gonna pick the, you know, Shooter Spike or whatever. Well, who did they beat? And one of the things I do when I'm picking dogs from over here, that's what I look at. Well, what did their litter mates do? What did their parents do? What did their grandparents do? I mean, even in breeding, that's how I did my breeding too. They have to have the competition and the production behind them, or I'm not going to breed them. They got to have litter mates that were just good, not just one freak in the litter or one dog in the litter that won. You got to have more. So I would use that same, you know, analytics when I'm choosing the dogs that I pick. You know,
that's right.
Poita that I talk about, she won on a big card. She won best in show. Her brother was on the same card. Bad son of a bitch. He could have got best in show, except Poita was better than him. And then their other sister or half sister, she won too on that same show. So that's 3 dogs from the same family were the top dogs in that show. And it was a 10-match convention. That's how I look at it. That's why, you know, I was being kind of an asshole when I said on the other thing, you know, it don't matter. Pick any dog. I'll bring anything. Don't matter. But there's criteria to it too. It's not just, you know, he's a freak. You know, it's, you know, do they have the history, the background? Do they have the competition? Do they have the heart? All that stuff. Are they cannibals? I love a cannibal. You know, that don't mean they're game, but that cannibal got to have some heart too. He ain't just gonna walk off, you know, because he get bit hard or he lose interest and shit. Who wants dogs like that? People accept them. I don't. You know, I can't have it. You know, I don't care how hard they bite. If they quit, they quit, man. I'm not gonna try and fix that. So that's just me, and this is just my opinion. You know, People going to disagree. That's okay. I don't mind because I don't have no ego. I don't give a shit, you know?
Well, I would like to one day get with you. Hopefully we can do it on J-Bo, on J-Bo's show, and be able to show them how to be prepared to have one of them confrontations. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how Mo feel about that panty, dog. Mo
he's willing to do it. Yeah, we can do it.
I mean, call in and just go ahead and put it on the table. Let's find something to whoop Pandy's ass. I can almost tell you and Mo will have a good one because you're gonna bring one, and Mo gonna be stuck on that goddamn killer. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And he gonna let you know why this killer is not unstoppable, and you gonna come with your analytics, and Mo gonna break it down. But at least that's gonna give it a chance to see how this should really be done. Because again, this is all hypothetical, but I think it's better when you make it a confrontational based on analytics and your knowledge of the dog and why you standing on what you stand on. And then you let the people decide based on that information instead of just throwing dogs out there. Because so many states wasn't being represented properly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think it's all due to they didn't know and the lack of knowledge. Just throwing dogs out there. It was too easily to beat dogs by just throwing dogs out there because this is hypothetical. You can bring anything. I want to know why you feel like that dog can beat Molly B. Because goddamn it, last time I checked, wasn't shit standing there with Molly B.
Yeah, exactly. So you're right, and just like you said, I was explaining how you were thinking. What you just said right now, that's how I was thinking too. It goes both ways. Why? What makes you think you're gonna beat Molly B or Queen of Hearts or Samson or the dogs you mentioned, the other ones on there,
right?
And if there's a way to do it, you have to be able to break it down. What makes you think? And for me, there's different factors, but there's some things that even in my breeding program, if they didn't have finish, I was not gonna breed them. And the only way you see that is to see it in front of you, see it with your own two eyes. If they ain't got heart, I'm not gonna breed them. And I'm not saying, oh, they all dead game and all that shit. None of that. But if they don't get pissed off when they get hurt, I don't like a dog like that. Or if they ain't intense all the way through, doing what the hell they want to do, don't matter what the opponent's doing, I don't like dogs like that. If they ain't good workers, got a good work ethic, and shit don't bother them, loud noises and surfaces and all this stuff that come up, and the weather don't matter, and all that, that's the kind of dog I want. None of that shit's gonna bother them. When they're in there doing their thing, that's their one job, and it don't matter what's happening outside. If there's 300 people there, it didn't matter. If it's cold, we outside in the freezing weather, you in the humidity, don't matter. Because there's a way to prep your dog for those instances. There's a way to condition them for that. There's a way to, prep them. And whatever dogs that you're using have, whatever flaws they have, you're just banking on the positive things, the pros that they have, override those flaws, whatever flaw it is, and come out on top most of the time if you do that. Again, speaking hypothetically, but that's throughout my whole career, these are some of the things I used to think about all the time. I've had dogs that quit that were finishers. They could kill a dog, but they didn't have enough heart. So that's only one part of it. All these that I'm saying, they're only one part of it. They got to have more than one thing. You got, people realized a long time ago, you got to have more than just a game dog. You got to have more than just a hard biter. You got to have more than a dog, that has great air or intelligence, whatever it is. It's several factors. You're rarely going to get a dog that has everything, but if you're on the plus side of they got more good stuff than not, you're going to be okay. You shouldn't be scared to go into anything. Bring whatever you got. That's what that's my attitude. Hey, whatever. Bobby, when I beat him with the first time I've dog. He come up to me beforehand and said, Richard, she's run 5 times, never went over 20 minutes. I said, I don't care, Bobby. Don't matter to me. Whatever. I'm here to win, man. I don't care. We stopped for that bitch in 37 minutes. You know, it happened. So as long as you prepare, got the right dog in shape, something you can take anywhere, you're going to be okay. You got to have that background too.
That's right. That's why, Schoolboy, we bringing killers. Our intentions is to bring a killer. I wouldn't give a damn how game your shit is. This killer, it better be game enough to withstand this killer. Your game ain't going to matter. This damn killer.
You keep bringing your game-only dog against them killers. All you're going to have is a bunch of dead game dogs.
That's it. Damn right.
It's not enough. It's not enough. You know. Well, but that don't mean, you know, my dogs ain't gonna be game. They are. But my game is different from what people think. It ain't laying around getting hurt, beat up, and all that shit. They going into their fight. They going into their finisher out. It don't matter what's happening to them. Win, lose, get rattled, beat up, hurt, dominate. It don't matter, man. They're gonna put it to you. And that's the kind of dog I always look to bred. And my friend just took that and run with it, you know. Did the same and improved on it. You know, like I mentioned before, if you have a protege, he should be better than you by the time it's all settled. But you didn't do your job. You should improve on your dog. There's no shame in that. That just reflects on how good a teacher you are.
Especially when they take your shit and do the right thing with it and have the same success that you did. You don't hate on them. You take your hat off to your proteges and give them love.
That's why I say travel 3,000 miles, any kind of weather, any kind of elevation, going to multiple winners, first time up dog, being a champion. Don't matter. Don't fucking matter. Bring it, whatever it is. That's the improvement. That's what I see. You know.
Well, I got you on here. I feel like, you know, I think J-Bo will be on Thursday. I think it was Tuesday night. One of them nights. I would love to be on there, and we can start with that California, Arkansas, or Arizona area. You bring yours, let us bring ours, and let's talk about it. What you think, Schoolboy?
There you go. Yeah, I got to represent California because we're like the ugly stepchild. You know, we never get no respect, but we've learned to live with that. And like I said, well, how do you get respect? Well, these guys got to go over there, that side of the country, and kick ass. They got to win. You got to beat good dogs. That's what most of them did. And they got beat too, you know. Barney lost in Texas. You know, what's his name? Black Bar, Freddie Jones Black Bar, he lost to Pit General. But more often than not, what I've been keeping track, the guys that travel because they know how to travel and they prepped and all that, they won. They beat Nancy Payne, they beat Rebel Kennels, they beat Henry B, champion Mr. Rogers. You know, they beat Robert Barfield. You know, top guys, top dogs. You know, and it's the same. You know, in the past when guys from Cali and that area, Arizona, go down into Mexico. How do you do that? How do you win like that? Because some of them places, 12, 13,000 foot elevation, man. You're on top of pyramids. How do you win at that elevation? There's a way to do it.
It ain't easy.
It ain't easy. But, you know, like anything else, you know, just like when you're a kid learning math, you can't count to 10. Once you learn how to count to 10, it ain't shit. So when you travel over and over again with all those different things that could happen, it becomes pretty normal, pretty easy. As long as things go right, you got your shit down together, you can travel, you know, whatever.
Well, bro, I really appreciate you stepping in tonight. I seen you very, very, very active in the chat tonight. You was very active over there and Bulldog with J-Bo. So I figured you were gonna be calling in because I said I wonder why he ain't called in yet. But you did.
Yeah, so I would get, you know, I would like in a candy store, you know, because in my mind, man, this is a maybe I can throw something in there that somebody ain't thinking about, or maybe they are and they haven't said it. And what would I do? I just revert back to what I did back in the day, and the same with OTK or Mr. Bear, whoever, What did they do? They prepped. They brought whatever they had that was a good one and went into whatever was put in front of them. So without knowing the opponent, you have to go in there thinking, whatever they bring, I'm going to whoop it. Because I got the dog right here to do it, and he's in good shape, and he's peaked and ready to go. Sometimes it don't happen that way. You lose to a better dog. But you can't lose to conditioning. You can't lose because your dog freaks out. You get that defeats the whole purpose. Now it's your fault, not the dog's. Well, so that's how I look at it.
With this one, I feel like I think what J-Bo got is a great idea. I think this is, for dog men who want to, you got to be up on your game because, being this is hypothetical, I think a dog man should be able to represent his state with the dogs and have a good damn reason why he feel like this dog could beat this dog out of Ohio.
I agree. Totally agree.
And I think he already on the he already streaming. Hit that damn link, call in and let's get it on. That's where I'm at.
There you go.
Stop throwing that bullshit out there and just kicking people to the curb with all these damn good dogs out there. This where it matters. This is dog man against dog man. Knowledge against knowledge. Whoever wins the damn debate, let the people decide.
Yeah. There you go. No, that just, I look at that as just another angle, just something to add on that
yes,
makes
sir.
sense. That's how it should be done,
That's where I'm at.
When you go through all this, you start thinking about this shit.
And now you're bulldogging.
What about that?
You're bulldogging now.
Yeah. Somebody could pick what I say apart. I'm not going to take an insult to it. I'm going to say, well, maybe they're right. Maybe I'll look at that.
Come on, Schoolboy. Be for real. Be for real. Come on now.
I'm just saying.
We're talking about you.
Helps me, what helps me too is I've been to a lot of different places, even Europe, even Central America, all over Mexico. So I got to see a variety of dogs, different bloodlines, different handlers, different conditioning methods, So, in that respect, I can at least give that experience, what I seen, what they did, how they handled it. Some of them were good at it, some of them not so good. So, different dogs bred a different way. Could be similar to what I seen in the States, but they did it their way. They bred their dogs that way. So there could be some difference. But unless, in my mind, unless I went out there and did that, I can't speak on the dogs in Mexico. I can't say, oh, this and that, and I think this. No, I had to be there, see them. I've seen some excellent dogs down there. Killers, too. So that's part of how I look at it, too. I have to have something to back up, or else I'm just talking shit. I've been to Louisiana. I've seen dogs there. Good dogs. I've been to Michigan. I've been to Texas and Arizona and Oregon and all over California, all over Mexico, Honduras, Panama, Europe, So that helps me make an educated guess at least,
Yeah, you're bringing the right shit and you're going to be ready to stand on it. Now, to me, I think anybody going up against Schoolboy need to have their shit right before you even open your mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But but then that's what makes it interesting because you kind of come in, you can't come in there just talking. You better be ready to stand on it and have a good reason why you standing on what you're standing on. Because we can fire back because our analytics and our information about the dogs, because we're only going to be bringing what we feel like we can stand on. You know what I'm saying? Which is going to make that a hell of a challenge.
Yeah. Even if you just take, North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, that covers a wide swath. There's a lot of dog men there. There's a lot of dogs in the past that you could have seen or you saw.
Yes, sir.
So that's an experience in itself. Most people, they even if they travel, it may be one time here or there like that, but most people, it's just in their general area, and that's not to knock them because in one area there could be a ton of dog men. That's the way California was. People you heard of, people you never heard of. People have a lot of experience, but all over the damn state, the dog guys doing something, and 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 that's typical, right? But when you get out a little more, at least you can compare to the dogs in your state, the dogs you saw in other states, and dog men you saw, and that, compare conditioning, compare what weight they're bringing their dogs in, how they look, how they act, how they move, different bloodlines, do this and do that. So it's all relative, but I just, I'm one of those where don't just talk, have some, have something to back it up, have something to say about it, even if it's your own area. This is what I got. This is what I saw. This bad son bitch or whatever it was, and this is why I think they could win. No matter what you bring in front of them, what are they going to do? So it's interesting, and it generated a lot. Look at everybody talking about it. We all are talking about it. That's good. That's a good thing. It's fantasy, but it's it's interesting to hear someone who actually had a dog or saw a dog in one part of the country against someone else under the same circumstances. Why do you think you would win? That's why, I can name dogs, but I don't have to name dogs because, like I said, they're going to have something that has some heart. They got to have finish, man. They got to be able to do what they need to do. They're going to be in good shape, the best you ever seen. So those are some of the things that goes through my mind when I say, how are they going to win?
Like I said, I know you got something from Molly B, so that damn bullshit about, that damn Molly B or even Pandy, I know you got something out there. When we talking about analytics, I think that's a hell of a matchup. Mo hitting Pandy and you bringing something to beat her ass, because, damn it, Mo got a history on Pandy. He done seen her before. I would love to hear your conversation when it comes about you talking about bringing something for her ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to give them an example of what the conversation's supposed to sound like. You feel me?
There you go. I bring Boita or I bring Jack and K. They got, man, whatever you need in a dog, that's what they had. They could kill you. They're gonna get in there and do what the fuck they want to do, and regardless of what you're doing. Maybe Pandy would smash him. There's no shame in that. He's a great bitch. But I sure in hell like to try, and I give a reason why I think they would beat Pandy, or why Clarice would beat Molly B. That don't take nothing away from them great dogs. It don't.
Right.
But it's just that's how you match things up,
Gotta talk about
it. Happen, and sometimes the one that's supposed to win, they don't always win, man. It happens in boxing, happens in different sports, whatever. That's why they call them upsets. So that's all part of it.
Well, I really appreciate you stopping by, big brother. I'm looking forward to the next time we meet up. I'm hoping that we can at least try this out. Just give them they need a little. I think it's just a quick example of what we're trying to get out of. I think what J-Bo got going over there is very interesting. Right? But I think if people want to represent their states, to represent the dogs, they should be able to stand on and make decisions a lot better than just saying something. I want people to be able to be dogmen about it and know about what you're talking about and stand on it, and let's debate it and then let the people decide what y'all think.
I agree, brother. So that's a great point. And that's the way it should be done.
Oh, it's going to turn into some good conversation, though. What you think? That's for damn sure. Don't come in weak. You're going up against Schoolboy.
Yeah, man.
You're going up against Schoolboy. Shit, you better be right.
You got something to say.
Damn right.
But you got to back it up. Give a reason why. Don't just tell me, the dog was great. This hate killer. Okay. Why? How would he beat this dog? Shit. What do you think he got that how do you beat Pandy? How do you beat Queen of Hearts? I don't know, but I think I bring a dog that could have a good chance of doing it.
Well, my
because
thing,
of a certain reason. You know what I mean?
My thing is, just going up against Schoolboy is like going up against a goddamn Pandy. You better be having your shit right. You better come right. come correct. Because you're in a hell of a battle right there, boy.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Because, I agree, man. And thank you for that. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to split here. Much respect to you guys and respect to the chat. You guys keep it up. Keep doing your thing, man. I support you all the way. You know that.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate the love, Schoolboy. And again, man, look forward to, trying this out next, you know who we coming with. So I'm pretty sure you already know, this is a test run. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it'll be a good matchup with you and Mo. Because I know, they need to know what it looked like when you got two big head dog men bringing that heat. And I need them to know they're going to have to keep bringing that heat because they're going to that's just what I want them to get an idea of what they're fixing to have to go against when you're dealing with two real dog men, damn it.
That's it. I'm excited, man.
You better be right.
I'm excited.
All right, then, fam. Appreciate the love, man.
All right.
Thank you, big bro.
Take care,
Yes, sir.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. I know we went a little longer than expected, but damn, Big Bro came through, and we had to get that part taken care of. I told you he would come right in here, fix up what we've been trying to say all damn night. You know what I mean? But then I think that's the way we should handle this shit, and I think all my dog men out there know what's going on. Get involved. Do your research. Be ready to stand on and represent your state, fam. There's enough dogs out here that I didn't see on them names, that we went over tonight that's in these different places all over the country. I want these bulldogs to be represented. Out of this whole entire conversation, we need these dogs to be represented. So in all aspects, get ready to do your homework. And if you like the show tonight, I need y'all to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. Muscles! Muscles! Now give me some roses! Roses! We need them damn roses! Look here, fellas. Y'all need to show that love tonight. Big special shout out to my man, Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, for dropping in, spreading the love, helping us get the point across. You know how the professor do. Okay, I got to be my boy. My boy Ram. Hold on. What up, big bro?
I gotta come do a quick drive.
Oh, I knew you. Oh, Lord. What's up, baby?
He's doing his drive-by. What's up, big baby?
Without Arizona and Divo, none of you niggas will be doing none of them great goddamn dogs. For two, motherfucking goddamn Rick Canberg Sorrel. God damn it. That's all I got for you niggas. I'll see y'all on the next one.
Hey, big bro, well, I got you in here right now. I'm telling you, man, I need you to fall in on this because I was like, did nobody say nothing about Ram out there representing? I mean, did y'all forget the man had 14 champions on the yard? He done been through 14. How y'all not going to be speaking about his dog? I need you to step in and help us represent, bro. You willing to help out on that? I know your time might be limited. But on this one here, we need a real dog man to help jump in and help us out with this.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shit. Who y'all got y'all want me to kill? And I'll tell y'all who I'm gonna bring back there.
Okay, look. Well, we're doing the matchups now, so I know you got enough on your yard that you can speak on that you have seen personally that you can snap out because what we're trying to do is represent your state. And I could not understand how was nobody trying to represent. Like, they forgot all about you, fam. And I got kind of, intimidated about it. How is y'all not representing this man? And he done have 14 goddamn champions out there. And y'all act like that. They supposed to be a walkthrough. No, it can't be.
Hell no. That's not what the guys are. He just, again, BBK. Just them alone was hard to fucking get by. You feel me? There's a whole lot of other ones that they may or may not still be standing with one between their legs. So when they officially retire, I'll come and tell you how either they whoop my ass or I whoop their ass.
Okay. You already got Schoolboy out there representing that side. I just need you to help fall in. Right now we're going to have the matchup. Mo going, him and Schoolboy, they're going to be meeting up over there and bulldogging with J-Bo. So That's gonna be our first matchup representing the area. I wish you would stop through, come through with some of what you gotta come through with, and let at least somebody in the Shark Tank be willing to go up against you, bringing what they want to bring. Cause I know you can handle yourself, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I know you
I
can.
had some dogs too, boy. Hell yeah, like all the killers and shit. Schoolboy was saying that's how my yard was. Like I wasn't bringing nothing down there. Wasn't the killers. Like I ain't talking about beat you to death. I'm like finish you. Like as soon as he get the chance, he fucking killing you. So yeah, that's how I was able to get up like that. You know, it was a long, hard road, but you really focus in on that, and that's really what you want. This a yard full of killers. You can have that. You can have it from different bloodlines. You know.
Well, I know you gonna argue your point when it comes to you representing your shit. So that's why I'm looking for, man, to help get this damn bracket in order. And I think it's only fair that you gotta be able to represent your state. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. There was a whole bunch of other badass dogs other than mine coming off this motherfucker.
Well, then represent your state, fam. That's all we asking you to do. Represent. Let's go.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shit. When we gonna be doing it? What day?
I think J-Bo comes on Thursday. I think it was Thursday.
What time Thursday?
It might be before Thursday. I might have been what? Might have been. I just hit the link. J-Bo, if you're out there, put it in the chat the next time you're coming on, because I know I did a show. We did our show Tuesday, and then I was going to do. He might have did it Monday. I responded on Tuesday. He did a show Thursday, and I responded it on Friday. So he might be on Monday. So in any case, we're working on the brackets now. So it's just one of them things. Great idea. You know what I mean? Just everybody got to represent their state. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to break it down in the brackets as the people represent. Doing the matchups, and then we're gonna move on. We're gonna get down to the final two states, and you know, as this process goes on, we're gonna find out who can produce the better dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you got to be willing to stand up. And this is all about bulldogging, baby. This is about bulldogging. I'm tired of the fake shit. Let's get down on some real shit and represent. Feel me?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate you stopping through, bro. I'm looking forward to you showing up. Once I get that date, I will hit you up as soon as I get some information, because I really want you to be a part of this.
Yeah, I'm with that shit, bro. Schoolboy was telling us that earlier on our Patreon. I was like, that shit sounds dope as fuck, man.
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. You know, I just need the dog man to get in and show them how to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea though, to do that. Bring something new to the dog talk thing, man.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I went there. Whatever we can do to put this positive image on the dog forward. You feel me?
Yes, sir. And then I think they're gonna get so much more knowledge out of this. You know, I mean, that's what I'm all about. Being able to represent your shit, but don't come in there half-stepping by just saying shit. Be ready to have some evidence and stand on what you're going to speak on, you know what I mean? And then let the damn people decide based on the information that was given. You know what I mean?
All right, so we're going to line them up by way, or if it's all everything will leave and who will win?
Even in the imaginary world, we gotta have weights.
Even in the imaginary world, we got to do the matchups with the weights. You know how that works.
Yeah, I got the weight.
Yeah, we're
like
going
Harvey.
Okay.
We got the weight.
Yeah, so Journey, that's how we doing. You know, it might be like North Carolina against Arkansas. Okay, again, they're gonna bring their dog, and then they might have a 38-pounder. You all right? We got this dog, 38 pounds. Able to smash that shit. You know what I mean? Give them a chance to bring their three best dogs out of each state. You know what I mean? It don't matter which one they is, but we matching them up by weights, and then we going at it. And then we let the people decide from there. You know what I mean?
All right, so there's one question I got there. What about dogs that was passed around and campaigned in different states? How we go about that?
Well, we already dealing with that with the Zebo and Art. And again,
okay, yeah.
So even in a situation like that, kind of got to have it where, you know, hold on now. Because again, remember, anybody from any state can be able to do the same thing and bring a dog from somewhere else, but you got to be able to represent in the same kind of way. So the possibility of being beat is based on who trying to get the goddamn point across. how the conversation gonna go depends on the person who doing the fight.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Indiana, Florida brothers could sandstorm for the evicts, you know. She come from my yard too.
Okay.
You know? We got her first one around this bitch too. You feel me? Before she moved on to fight the other storm, grand champion storm. They both were going for their fifth. It's on her pants. It just say she won fucking three, lost the fourth. She lost her fifth though. You know, we ain't put the one up that we did on her.
Right.
We sold her.
All right then, bro. We're gonna get all up out of here, and then I will get back with you on the back street to let you know when we got that stuff together, so we can go ahead and get that in, because I know you wanted to get in. So I know the brackets. They're gonna fill us in on what the brackets looking like on the next show, and then we're gonna pick it up from there. Okay?
Bet that. Hell yeah, I see y'all brothers did, man. Shit, thanks for having me up too.
Hey, bro. Appreciate you stopping in, man. Been a
Yo.
long time. What you been doing, man? Come on, man.
Shit, grindy, man. Got my daughter a car next year, you feel me? So
Oh,
I just finally got that shit situated. Still fucking, next thing I look up for me, damn near Christmas, like, fuck.
Right,
You know,
right.
Just busting the 2 jobs, you feel me? Day and night type shit, getting it. Other than, running up in the bank or robbing one of these motherfuckers, you feel me?
Well, you done did that already. Ain't no need to go back to doing that. Keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Exactly. You just take up all my goddamn time, but it is what it is. I got a raise. Feel me?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you coming in and spending that time with us, though, bro.
Oh, always, man. I love y'all, you know.
All day, big brother.
Y'all, it's yours.
All right, that's a good one, bro. Love you too, big bro.
Already, man. Y'all be great. Salute to the chat till I see y'all in there.
Good shout.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know what's coming, baby. You know what's coming.
Big shout out to my big brother. Walking down ramp, big stepping. Slide through.
Salute,
I'm trying to tell y'all, man, when y'all got that world class hanging around that Shark Tank, man, you got these real high level dog men. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't never get it how you can just, it's like you have to downrate us to bring yourself up. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't gotta do that shit.
No, you ain't gotta do all that.
Talk for everybody, even the new boys who coming up. No room, trust me, it's enough room, bro. It ain't no need to step on the next man helmet.
That's
Get
right.
up there.
That's right.
I'll give you one boost. You feel me? You ain't gotta step on me. I'll help you get up.
I want no tell up any ass curves jumping on my shoulder now. I'll tell you, I have a long drop.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, you gonna do the perfect.
Yeah.
Your current ass trying to sneak to the top.
Hey, you trying to sneak your way in, you'll get caught. Don't get caught sneaking in.
Yeah, kick you right in your ball. Shit, man, I ain't trying to get to no G. Don't close it out. No set on y'all. Sweetheart, I'll talk this shit all day.
You know it. You're right. You're right.
All right, fellas. You know what? I appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. You know the show will always. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. But then that's okay. You know, as usual, I appreciate everybody who came through, hanging out, checking us out. To all my people on the back street, and to all the other people who are gonna be seeing this video after, do not forget to hit that like button and show your love. Participate in it. Bulldogging with J-Bo. We need everybody to jump on board. If you know, represent your state. Get your dogs together, come in, join the bracket. We'll be ready to stand up for what you're talking about, because that's what it's gonna be all about. You know what I'm saying? You know, only the strong survive. That's how we rolling. We always scratching the wind all day. So in any way you want to be a part of something, and then even if you just want to learn something, you know what I'm saying? Just come by, because it's going to lead to some great conversation. A lot of things that you didn't know. What I liked about tonight was, Mo came in and he hit different areas. Now, we're going to be representing Ohio and Florida. know what I mean? I would say North Carolina, but again, you know, North Carolina, we didn't know nothing. We was new to the game. We was beating up on people, but we was beating up on people that we didn't know, you know, we didn't know what we knew. Supposed to know, compared to when we went to Ohio, compared to Florida. So yeah, we're gonna represent the hometown, and we're gonna represent the dogs that we had and did what we did right here in Florida. So y'all bring what y'all wanna bring to the table. We're gonna match it up. And we're going to see where it line up, because I'm looking for an Ohio and a Florida matchup when it's all said and done. I don't know how we're going to get by that Michigan area, you know what I mean? That's the only thing I'd be worried about, that New York area. I mean, I'm looking for a lot of elimination, you know.
I'm looking for Dan Stepper and all them.
You know what I mean? I'm looking for the big boys to come through and put a whole lot of this bullshit, because, you know, there's a lot of dogs around this country, and I just need the right people to step up and represent your state. Stand on some of these matchups, you know, because that's what makes this interesting. That's what makes it, you know, knowledgeable, because you're going to hear it come from people who have the information and they just not talking out the side of their neck. You know, and that's what's going to matter. It's like trying to compare Michael Jordan to my man LeBron James. You know, I'm going still Michael, Kobe, then LeBron. I'm sorry. What? Analytically, guess what? Mike got 6 feet. I mean, come on. Kobe, I think Kobe had 5. LeBron, we still short, baby. You know, we still short. It's all about the numbers, baby. And that's how I'm looking at this situation. You know what I mean? It's always going to set for a great argument, but when it all comes down to it, it's got to be a reason why I'm saying Mike and Kobe over motherfucking my homeboy. And I love him to death, but it is what it is. We can argue about it, put it on the table. The fact is, he's still one of the greatest, but he ain't the GOAT. He's not the greatest. Giving it to my boy MJ all day. Kobe, rest in peace, baby. So look here, fellas, as we close out tonight, y'all just make sure y'all become a part of what's going on. Do your homework. Pick your dogs and get ready to stand on them, because guess what? We fixing to be bulldogging with J-Bo. Till then, I need everybody. I mean, I need everybody. Get on your P's and Q's. And remember, you better always be ready, because guess what? We gonna be ready. And you know what the rules are? You better always. I know, Mo. You better always. I mean, damn it, when you come, you better remember, you better always scratch the wind. Don't come with no bullshit. Be ready to stand on what you talking about, because it's fixing to go down. Till then, I need everybody to enjoy your weekend, stay safe, and we're going to see y'all Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. No, we're going to see you before then, because we're going to be hanging out with J-Bo. Till then, I need to show that love. Show that love. Hey, man, you going to pick a dog for me?
No. I'm going to show some love for the chat room and everybody else on this upcoming adventure.
Well, guess what? I'm just going to call it a night and enjoy my weekend. Y'all too. For all my people on the back street, love you. I see you, fam.
Yeah, we see y'all, man, always. Thank you.
thank everybody for showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday and for this Hot Mic Friday. Look here, look to see y'all for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. See you Tuesday. I'm out. Peace. Deuces.